What's important to you? Knowledge? Building your skills? Working relationships? Our purpose is connecting people to experiences that enrich their lives, thousands of customers, serving millions of consumers.
Innovation helps us stay ahead and future-proof all the solutions we release as a company. Everything Milestone has done for the last 15 years is aligned towards entity search.
Milestone helps businesses create, organize, and amplify their digital information. We make information more accurate, consistent, and visible, and help our customers be everywhere their customers are.
Hi, I'm Gurpreet Kaur, Vice President Client Relations at Beyond Codes. Beyond Code is a global B2B lead generation company providing multilingual appointment setting services, CXO events, and strategic consulting with onshore and offshore capabilities. With presence across the Americas, Europe, UK, and APAC, we have been industry leaders for over a decade now, formulating demand generation strategies for next generation services. Being a customer-centric has always been our main focus over the years. In fact, 70% of our business comes from repeat clients. We actually work with almost all top ITS companies in the world. Apart from that, since 2021, we have partnered with ZoomInfo as an exclusive authorized seller of its sales intelligence products in India and East Asia market. We are so excited to be associated with TiE as a sponsor, and we look forward to meeting you all at the event.
It's time to build a better alcohol business. Whether you operate one location or 1,000, all alcohol retailers have the same common goals: control costs, build margins, grow profits, and protect your investment. For nearly 3 decades, FinTech has made this possible for hundreds of thousands of retailers nationwide. FinTech's fully integrated platform empowers you to operate more efficiently through easy alcohol ordering from any device, automated alcohol invoice processing and nationwide regulatory compliance, digital invoice management and system integration, and custom reports built with your actionable purchase data. It's time to eliminate the increased cost and frustration that comes from managing your business manually. FinTech simplifies the alcohol management process at every step so you can focus on what matters most. Control costs, build margins, grow profits. Protect your investment with FinTech, the one-source solution for your beverage alcohol business.
a time to think ahead, it's now. Here in a city that's fully invested in the future, you'll find a sandbox for the inventive, a launchpad for the adventurous, a canvas for the creative. Welcome to a dynamic city that's ready to scale new heights with you. Welcome to Hong Kong, a world of opportunities.
Hello, I'm Priya Abani, CEO of AliveCore. Our vision at AliveCore is very simply to become the 24/7 virtual cardiologist for patients at those times when they're not in front of their physician. The unfortunate truth is that today, in engineering terms, the heart is a single point of failure, off the network and completely unmonitored. Our solution is CardioMobile, the world's first personal ECG. For the first time, we allow patients to take an FDA-cleared medical-grade ECG anytime, anywhere. No electrodes and no patches. And just as importantly, we not only record these ECGs, but our algorithms are able to make instant determinations as to what that ECG is telling you about your own heart health. Today, we're able to tell patients with a very high degree of accuracy that they have one of 6 of the most common heart arrhythmias. And just as important, we're able to tell them that their heart rhythm is normal, giving people enormous peace of mind. The past year has shown us that there's a strong desire among both patients and providers for healthcare empowerment and remote care. And convenience of a portable ECG using unmatched clinical validation, the most sophisticated AI technology, innovative services, clinician oversight, and more, all wrapped up in a device that fits in your pocket. We say that we are the heart of remote medicine, and it's our ambition to be just that.
I would say that we are uniquely positioned. If someone wants to learn networking, someone wants to make a meaningful impact into the big networking business of Cisco, NEXT is the place to be.
Hello everyone, I'm Navneet Chugh, Managing Partner at the Chugh Firm. We're a law firm and as well as a CPA firm. We started the law firm in 1992 and the CPA firm in 1985. We have 4 pillars: corporate, tax, litigation, and immigration. And we do 15 other areas of law for businesses. And for individuals, we do criminal work, bankruptcy, and divorce. We have 300 employees with 114 lawyers and CPAs in 10 offices. And we believe in the 4 A's: being affordable, being able, being affable, and being available. We're proud of our 4 pillars. Our corporate department has done billions of dollars of M&A transactions. Our immigration department is one of the largest immigration service providers in the country. Our tax department files 4,000 plus tax returns every year. And our litigation department is very successful in its outcome for clients, almost 100% success rate for our clients. Every professional service business needs good clients and good employees, and we are very lucky that we have wonderful clients and wonderful employees. And as a business, we live by certain rules. First of all, integrity and ethics is our first rule. Second, we spend our clients' money as if it's ours. Third, we return our phone calls and emails in the same day or within 24 hours. Any legal, tax, or immigration issues ever, please call us or email us for a free consultation. Thank you.
In today's hyper-connected world, customers want their communication with businesses to be interactive, responsive, and personalized. But digital channels like websites and mobile apps are limited in their ability to meaningfully engage with customers. In mobile-first countries, for the bulk of the traffic that comes from mobile devices, websites don't render as well on mobile screens. And mobile apps work well only for the top brands because consumers don't like to download too many apps. Instead, businesses need to be where their customers are today, on messaging apps, and to converse with them naturally, like a friend or family member would. GupShup is transforming business to customer engagement through the power of conversations. We are enabling billions of AI-powered messaging and voice-based conversations that are convenient, personalized, and at scale for business workflows across marketing, commerce, and support. Across every industry and geography, in every language, and on every mobile device, so that your business can talk to a customer one-on-one with every single one of them. GupShup, one-on-one with everyone.
I'm 82 years old, and I've been waiting for the future my entire life. But do you know what? The future never happens. It never has and it never will, because it changes. It changes all the time. It changes with every idea, with every thought, with everything. The future never comes. Just an instant before it does, it is transformed into the present, the eternal present that we live in. The present that we imagined as the future is transformed into reality in order that we live longer and better. Because that's what it's all about, right? And when this happens, the future will be different.
Hi, thanks for watching. I'm Kazu Murata from NTT Data. I'm managing this partnership program with TiE to identify best startups who can collaborate with us. NTT Data is a leading IT service provider headquartered in Tokyo with business operations in more than 50 countries. We are looking for companies who have been working on leading-edge technologies for industry-agnostic core IT areas such as cloud platform, IT operation, cybersecurity, data analytics, blockchain, machine learning, deep learning, NLP, computer vision, and so on and so forth. These could be innovative product companies or could be IT service companies which has outstanding capabilities. This collaboration will offer selected startups a platform to open new markets and explore scale-up opportunities by accessing NTT Data's global customer base. Over the last 12 months, we had approx 200 startups which applied to this program, and we have started working with some of them with very good customer opportunities. So welcoming you all to participate and co-work with us to create win-win opportunities.
Every second of every day, customers all over the world log in to shop, bank, and pay from multiple devices in multiple locations. Any organization managing these transactions must keep up with fast-moving customer.
They are, wherever they are. Risk-based authentication to auto
relatives, homes, hardships, and triumphs that all become part of the rich stories we share. And while you're connecting to your family, we're working to make your discoveries easier and more rewarding. We're evolving how DNA shows who you're connected to. We're simplifying the ways you keep track of family, old and new. And we're helping to fuel your breakthroughs by always listening to you, improving everything we do to serve you better, because your family's story has always been our priority. Imagine what's possible when we connect it all together.
Fraud is more lucrative than ever before. Attackers are able to launch attacks at scale while keeping costs low. Businesses must work tirelessly to distinguish good users from bad while maintaining a seamless user experience. This is where Arcos Labs comes in. Our mission is to create greater trust online by undermining the profitability of fraud and abuse. Using real-time risk assessments, the platform segments traffic based on its risk profile. Good users pass through freely. Suspicious traffic is met with adaptive friction that roots out attacks. Interactive challenges stop even the most advanced of bots. Meanwhile, human fraudsters are increasingly frustrated until they abandon attacks. A continuous feedback loop between risk assessments and challenge interaction data continuously refines the effectiveness of the platform. With intelligence shared across the Arcos global network, improve user experience for true users and stamp out abuse on your digital platforms with long-term protection from Arcos Labs that bankrupts the business model of fraud.
Senior mentors come to me and say, oh, that's a great idea. Let's give it a try.
With valuable data that's being missed. Conversations are your company's greatest asset. How do you capture their value and deliver superior experiences? Uniphore is driving better conversations across the enterprise transforming customer service and sales, enhancing every customer interaction in our virtual-first world, delivering a more effective sales experience, a streamlined employee experience, a better customer experience. All with AI, automation, computer vision, and tonal emotion. So every conversation is truly heard, seen, and understood. Unlock your company's potential. Make every conversation count.
India is at the center of a dramatic digital transformation, and WhatsApp is committed to being India's digital ally. WhatsApp connects over 400 million Indians every single day, ensuring their chats are private and secure through end-to-end encryption technology. Simple to use and multilingual, WhatsApp takes away any technological inhibitions and seamlessly democratizes digital access across generations, literacy levels, and socio-economic strata. Innovative solutions like the WhatsApp Business app is often the first digital gateway for millions of small businesses like Kirana stores, helping them
need a different kind of leader that push firms to build lasting impact.
Make cloud orchestration as powerful as workloads between clouds, freeing your developers to build secure, innovative apps that your customers can bank on. We simplified legacy infrastructure and made it invisible. And now we're doing the same for cloud complexity, so you can focus on the magic you create. Because what we do is invisible. What you do isn't. Cloud. On your terms. Nutanix.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait!
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Zendesk is a software company that was started in 2007 by these guys. And this is how big the company is now. That is like 1,000% increase or something. Zendesk builds business software for customer engagement. That does not sound very cool, but Zendesk is making it cool by making it better.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just working.
How's it going to customer service? Actually having a little trouble with the technology here. That looks nice. Downloading your account history now.
Thanks for calling, Mom and Dad.
Hi. Can I just confirm your 16-digit account number, your date of birth, and my maiden name?
You know what, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 sec.
That's when I got Zendesk for my customer service.
However customers reach out to you, email, phone, messenger, chat, Zendesk integrates it all. You have what's called an omni-channel solution.
Is it difficult to add chat and message to our Zendesk account?
No.
It's kind of like a secret recipe for offering better integrated customer service more efficiently without compromise. But we just call it Zendesk.
AWS provides every developer and data scientist the broadest and deepest set of machine learning services on the most comprehensive cloud platform, enabling them to create impactful solutions faster. Developers can quickly add intelligence to applications without needing machine learning expertise, using pre-trained AI services to do things such as create more intelligent contact centers, improve demand forecasting, detect fraud, personalize the consumer experience, and more. For machine learning practitioners and data scientists who want to build, train, and deploy models, Amazon SageMaker offers complete access, control, and visibility into each step required. SageMaker provides all the tools needed for machine learning, including the first fully integrated development environment, so models get to production faster with less effort and at a lower cost. With SageMaker, customers achieve up to 10 times improvement in data science team productivity and 54% lower TCO compared to other cloud platforms. AWS is framework agnostic, empowering expert practitioners to use the deep learning framework of their choice, either as a managed experience in SageMaker or pre-configured AWS deep learning AMIs. For those who want to learn machine learning, educational devices such as AWS Deep Racer, Deep Composer, and Deep Lens are designed to teach the fundamentals of machine learning in fun and practical ways. Join the tens of thousands of customers who already choose AWS for machine learning.
Ready to watch? You ready now? You ready? Get yourself ready. You ready to watch? I'll show you what I do now. And make you go like hoo-ha. Cause I don't think you're ready now. You ready? You ready? You ready to watch? Cause I'ma do it solo. Twist it like a yo-yo. Bouncing like a pogo. You ready? You ready? You ready to watch?
Please welcome Neha Mishra, Executive Director of TI Silicon Valley. Welcome to TiEcon 22.
Hello and welcome to TiEcon 2022. I'm Neha Mishra, Executive Director of TI Silicon Valley. A very warm welcome to all of you on this first day of our 3-day-long conference. During these 3 days, you will hear from renowned industry thought leaders and many cutting-edge topics. 2022 happens to be the 30th anniversary of TI Silicon Valley, an organization that laid the foundation of 60 other chapters in 14 countries. And that is the power of huge network that helps this not-for-profit organization deliver content and iconic speakers year after year at TiEcon. 2 years ago, when the pandemic forced us to go virtual right before TiEcon, we were not sure if we will get the same love from our audience as we got for the physical conference. But the power of the global audience and the TI brand exploded in the virtual format, and we broke all our previous registration records for the last 2 years. This year, we have topped even last year's record with 47,000 registrations and still counting over the next 2 days. We will be back next year in the physical format. What makes TiEcon stand out is the spirit of giving back to the entrepreneur community that the volunteers bring to this conference. The entire content, operations, and planning is led by volunteers and a handful of TI team members. So a huge round of applause to all the volunteers who make TI and TiEcon. Now it's time to put your hands together for the president of TI Silicon Valley, who has in these 2 virtual years of TI taken this organization to new heights and enhanced the global footprint of Silicon Valley and TiEcon in 100+ countries. Please welcome AGK Karnakaran, the 10th president of TI Silicon Valley, who is also the president and CEO of Multicoreware, a software development company headquartered in San Jose, California, with worldwide offices. AGK, over to you. And once again, welcome to TiEcon 2022.
Thank you, Neha, for your warm introduction. Good day, everyone. Welcome to Silicon Valley as we deliver TiEcon 2022. TI is a noble institution founded by the entrepreneurs for the entrepreneurs 30 years ago. TI Silicon Valley is the founding chapter, and today it has grown to become a global organization fostering entrepreneurship with 61 chapters in 17 countries. TI Silicon Valley continues to stay relevant to the needs of present-day entrepreneurs. To cater to the under 40 demography, we have TI Youth Academy, TI University, and TI Mini MBA programs. We also provide a year-round mentoring platform. One of this year's Mentor Connect participants said that the session was very relevant for the modern day entrepreneur, and he was blown away by the on-the-money suggestions. Programs such as TI Angels, CXO Forum, and other all-day summits continue to support the journey of an entrepreneur towards building a great company. As a 10th president of TI Silicon Valley, I'll continue to focus on my goals to deliver the best for the community of entrepreneurs. This is our 28th TiEcon with 47,000 registered attendees. I strongly urge you to virtually network with fellow participants and build connections using the conference platform. We salute our charter members and our sponsors who supported us financially. Please use the products and services of our sponsors as you build your companies. We sincerely appreciate everything our volunteers and TI staff have done to deliver TiEcon. Let me now present to you Deepthi Desai and Kamal Anand, who are the co-conveners of TiEcon 2022. They are also charter members and board members of TI Silicon Valley. Enjoy, and please take away a few nuggets during the next 3 days of the world's largest entrepreneurial conference. Thank you.
Thank you, AGK. Thank you, AGK, and welcome attendees. Welcome to the world's largest entrepreneurial conference. Imagine 47,000 plus registrations. We're truly excited about our global audience from all across the world. We're fortunate to have close to 50 sponsors that support our vision and mission. Thank you, Dell, for your multi-year support, and many thanks to Pfizer and HashiCorp for supporting this conference too. These sponsors are the lifeblood of our conference. They've helped us put together some amazing content. Thank you for your time, collaboration, and support. Our sponsors come in many forms, but they all have one theme in common: a love for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. I would like to thank each and every one of our sponsors for supporting us. And a special shout out to our annual sponsors that support us throughout the year. Thank you for engaging with us day in and day out, working with us to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Our partners too collaborate with us to further our mission to grow our network and make greater impact. Thank you for your partnership. Last year, we had an incredible conference. Thanks to Frames, the Frames digital experience brought our conference to life with people gathering with us virtually from all across the globe. Let me quickly go over some of the salient features of our platform for your benefit. There are many areas to experience just by clicking. If you are on a mobile device, switch to a landscape mode for a good viewing experience. So you can hang out in the lobby, visit the help desk, there is a live support there, view the agenda by clicking on the tab on the left side to customize your day as needed. Click on the auditorium to visit the main stage for grand keynotes and parallel sessions in halls A through E. Visit the exhibition to check out our sponsors and our exhibitor booths. TI is known for networking, and now you have a way to network in the virtual world. Visit the networking lounge to experience it in person. Meet one-on-one or congregate on a round table of 4 people. let me tell you about some of the programs we have in store for you today. We will start with 2 grand keynotes, followed by parallel sessions in multiple rooms where you have choices like AI/ML, cloud and SaaS, capital markets, Global Connect and TiE 50 Showcase. At 11:30, don't forget, we converge back to the main stage for a closing keynote. I would now like to invite my co-convener, Kamal Anand, to tell you a little bit more about our entrepreneur programs. Kamal?
Thanks, Dipti, and let me extend a warm welcome to all of you as well. At TiE, the entrepreneur is at the core of what we do. We have exciting programs at TiEcon for you in different phases of the entrepreneurial journey. As an entrepreneur myself, I and my companies have benefited from this association over the years. No matter where you are in the journey, we can support you. From mentoring and boot camps to connecting with investors and customers, providing recognition and showcasing your company to the relevant audience. We love to be part of your journey as an entrepreneur. In fact, that's why all of us volunteer our time to TiE. Mentor Connect is a program where we match hundreds of typically early stage entrepreneurs with relevant mentors for personalized discussion. Thanks to the track chairs this year and the volunteer team for organizing Mentor Connect. And as AGK mentioned, some of the feedback has been really good. At the VC Connect program, qualified entrepreneurs get an opportunity to receive direct feedback from seasoned Silicon Valley VCs and investors. Thanks to the team organizing it this year. And again, the earlier sessions have provided really good feedback from the participants. The Startup Bootcamp, a half-day event, is designed to help early stage companies get ready to engage with investors. Thanks to the track chairs and the team for organizing the bootcamp, which is one of our popular programs. Investors, successful entrepreneurs, and executives engage with the entrepreneurs in a small setting over a half day. Thanks to all these members who have given their time to help entrepreneurs with refinement of their pitches. And thanks to the set of judges that provide feedback to the final pitches that are done at the end of the day after they have been refined during the session. These programs I've talked about are now fully subscribed, and most of them were completed earlier this week. The expo is virtual exhibition hall on the platform. Do visit the exhibitors, engage with them, drop your virtual contact cards. To get to the exhibition, from the lobby area, just click on exhibition. Again, thanks to the team that organized this virtual expo this year. I would now like to welcome R. Paul Singh, a past board member of TiE and a passionate supporter of entrepreneurs. He is the CRO of Tada Now, a supply chain software company, and previously has been a successful entrepreneur with 4 exits, including an IPO. Paul also gives back and teaches entrepreneurship at Northeastern University. He will introduce the first of our 8 grand keynotes. Paul?
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you, Kamal. Every year, TiE team recruits an exceptional young entrepreneur to inspire us all. So this year's entrepreneur has been named to the Forbes 30 Under 30. If you are a software developer, you probably used their product. And so please welcome Armand Dodger, co-founder and CTO of HashiCorp. In 9 years, he has helped make the company into a powerhouse with 1,500 employees, over $10 billion in market cap, and over 100 million downloads of their open source software in 2021 alone. Interviewing him is the investor who believed in Armand's vision and wrote the first check into HashiCorp. Please also welcome Naveen Chadha, who heads Mayfield Ventures. Naveen has been named a young global leader by the World Economic Forum, and he is ranked on the Forbes Midas list of top 100 tech investors for 14 times. As an entrepreneur, Naveen has co-founded or led 3 startups, and he's also an active philanthropist. Please welcome Armand and Naveen. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to TiEcon Day 1. I have the great pleasure of having Armon, co-founder and CTO of HashiCorp, which went public in December of last year with over 15 billion in market cap. Armon, I want to start by thanking you for being here with us today.
Thanks so much for having me, Naveen. It's a great pleasure to be here and get to speak at TiEcon with everyone.
Absolutely. So let's start by what HashiCorp does for the audience.
Sure, yeah, to keep it relatively simple, we sort of started HashiCorp almost 10 years ago with a pretty simple idea, which was how do we make it easy for development teams and application teams to build their next generation set of applications in cloud. It sounds like a simple problem, but of course there's a lot of challenges around how do you provision and manage the underlying cloud infrastructure, how do you secure all of those assets and secrets and data, how do we do the networking challenges across all of those different multi-cloud environments, and how do we manage the application lifecycle. So as a company, we kind of focus on 4 layers, but it's a very simple goal, which is enabling the application teams to efficiently deliver applications in a cloud environment.
Great. And it's been a delight working with you throughout this journey. Actually, it will be helpful for the audience to also talk about your background and how did that lead to you founding a company. It's always good with TiEcon and with Thai entrepreneurs to know what the real story behind an entrepreneur is and what leads them to starting a company.
Yeah, happy to share. So it actually goes back all the way to the time that me and Mitchell Hashimoto, my co-founder, we actually spent at University of Washington together. So both of us were there studying computer science when we first got a chance to meet each other. And that was actually in the context of an academic research project. So we met doing research at University of Washington, and then started cutting our teeth on some of these problems around how do you build applications in cloud, how do we sort of manage things at scale, very much in the academic environment. But then as we went on to do internships and then graduated college and went to work in industry, working at small startups in the San Francisco Bay Area, we ended up realizing that all those problems around cloud infrastructure, application management were sort of unsolved. And so we sort of kept asking and thinking to ourselves, eventually someone's going to solve these problems. And at some point it felt like 6-7 years into cloud, nobody had really done it. And so we sort of looked to ourselves and said, we're practitioners, we're the developers ourselves, we're the engineers using these tools, and so we're our own customer. So we said, can we start HashiCorp and really be our own first customer and really build the tools, build the products that we would want to use to solve these problems, because we know the problems, very, very well. We're the kind of end user ourselves. And so that ended up being kind of the push for us. And it really came from just talking to a bunch of our startup peers and bigger company peers, and everyone saying, hey, there's not a good answer to this. And we built the same set of tooling 3-4 times that we said, what, let's do it once and for all. And that really is what sort of started HashiCorp.
That's great. So were you an accidental entrepreneur with your co-founder, Mitch? And I'll talk about your guys' partnership as we go deeper. Or was entrepreneurism always running in your blood and there was this desire always to start a company and have impact on the world?
No, I'd say we were both probably more in the accidental camp. I think we were open to it. And in university, we ended up starting a little startup group where we very much, got a team of 5 people together and we were brainstorming various ideas. So I think we had an entrepreneurial bent. And I think we really wanted to find ways to sort of innovate and participate in sort of the startup ecosystem. But I think we didn't start a company saying, let's start the company and then figure out what our idea is, right? It wasn't like we're starting the company for the sake of having a company or for the sake of being a founder. We really started with the problem and said, this is a real problem, right? And we see this over and over again and nobody's solved it and we're passionate about it. And so in some sense, we felt like the problem came first and the vehicle for us to solve it was like, let's go form a company around it. But it wasn't the other way around. We didn't start with the company and then go looking for a problem.
Yeah, no, I think like I always say, right, at the end, right, like people build companies, but companies are built by identifying a real pain point and making sure your product is a painkiller, not a vitamin. So one thing, right, our first-time founders especially want to learn about choosing your co-founders, and the partnership I have seen between Mitch Hashimoto and you is like very unique, right? Like you guys can complete your sentences. You guys are always watching each other, helping each other grow. So any advice on how founders should choose their co-founders and why are they important?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I see some people try and go to like, founder, almost speed dating events to try and find a founder. And to me, that seems like such a scary idea, is that you picked your founder after, a 30-minute chat. Because I think for me and Mitchell, it started from a deep friendship first, right? And we spent many, many years together as, in undergrad together, and then as colleagues, working side by side before we ever became kind of co-founders together. So, I think at the heart of what it really is I think we have such a deep mutual trust and respect that anytime we have a disagreement or anytime we have sort of a challenging discussion, I think what makes it so powerful for us is our ability to sort of set our ego aside, right? Because we know that it's like, hey, if I'm saying something, it's not because I'm attacking Mitchell personally, or if he's critiquing my idea, it's not because he thinks worse of me as a person. It's that we both have such high trust and respect that that's almost like not a question. We sort of set that off the table, that it's like, hey, we know we're both asking and saying these things because we're trying to come up with the best answer for the company, or we want the best idea or the best product. And so I think that ability for us to kind of move beyond our ego to really focus on like, what's the best thing here for the user, the company, the product, is really what makes it such a successful partnership. And it's never about either of our egos or, feeling like, hey, there's a lack of mutual trust or respect or, whatever it is. And I think that's what makes the partnership so successful, because a startup, everyone will tell you it, and it's one thing to feel it, which is like, it is a roller coaster. You have your great days where you're riding high and you feel like, indestructible, and you have your lows, right? And I think your ability to sort of ride both of those out really depends on the strength of that relationship with your partner.
No, I think like I always say, right, like if co-founders 1 + 1 = 2 is not enough, it better be like a 5 or a 6. But I've seen like 11, the 10x factor with you guys, right? Another interesting thing, right, like company building, as you talked about, is always like with lots of ups and downs, but it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And I believe the founding mission and values of a company are critical. And in your case, you guys came up with the Tao of HashiCorp. Like, any advice for founders on how important it is right from the get-go to write down the values and the mission of a company? Because it's been a great case study for many of our companies to learn from you guys.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, and I think it honestly has become even more important as we're all moving to sort of a hybrid remote world. Is this idea of, I'll push it even a little bit further. I'll call it sort of the intentionality of the business, right? I think we've always been hyper intentional about sort of all of the decisions we make, all of the kind of, the culture we want to build, the process we want to build, et cetera. And so I think for us, at the heart of that intentionality is, can we really document it and be super explicit and honestly get comfortable to the point where we put it on the public internet, right? So when we talk about like the Tao of HashiCorp, for example, that's really our product design ethos. And so from the very beginning, before we'd even written all of the products, we sat down and said, you know what, how do we want all the products to look and feel and behave? And what's the sort of, in some sense, the deeper belief we have about how infrastructure software should work to begin with? And so that's really where the Tao started, was for us saying, let's capture what those beliefs are, document them, and go so far as to publish them. Because I think that act of publishing it now lets you bring your users, your customers, your community with you, for them to say, you know what, that is a set of principles I believe in. Or it gets them to kind of consider, hey, why don't I operate my infrastructure that way? Or why do I maybe have a different set of beliefs? So I think it allows you to sort of have a different level of conversation, which is less about the features and more about the philosophy. Now, I think we did the same thing around the culture of the business, and we call that one the principles of HashiCorp. So if the Tao for us is around our products and sort of the design ethos, then the principles are very much about the culture, right? And so, I think oftentimes we hear people throw around the sort of phrase of culture fit. And anytime I talk about it, I sort of put it in quotes, Because I think the problem with a phrase like culture fit is for most organizations, they don't define it, right? If you ask an organization to say, what is culture fit for you? It becomes one of these, I know it when I see it type of things. And that very quickly, I think, becomes exclusionary. I think it becomes sort of an old boys club in terms of how it gets defined, because then it becomes the first 10, 20 people at the company who really get to define what culture fit is, right? It's not this fair, equitable thing. And so I think for us, we said we want to be really, really clear that the principles of HashiCorp, what we capture, what we document, that is culture fit at HashiCorp. They're one and the same. And in fact, we're going to publish it on our website, right? And so for us, it makes it this very explicit thing that we put into our review process. So anytime a candidate interviews, we screen them on the principles, right? And we have feedback. And when we talk about it, it's not like, oh, that person wasn't a culture fit. Because that's not useful feedback. We can say, you know what? That person seemed very dogmatic in their views. They didn't express a lot of pragmatism in how they make decision-making. That's not a good fit for the HashiCorp environment. And so it lets us give much more fair feedback, both internally and to the candidates. But then it also self-selects. The kind of people who apply to HashiCorp are the kind of people who read those principles and say, you know what, that is an environment I want to be in. And so I think it's a two-way road. It helps us both internally, but it also helps us attract candidates that say, you know what, that's the right environment for me. Or they say, you know what, it's the wrong environment. It's not the kind of culture I want to be a part of. And that's great too, right? We don't want to talk to someone who thinks it's the wrong culture. So I think that, what I bring it back to is being really, really intentional always helps you to have a better quality of conversation, both internally, but also helps you sort of start the conversation externally, whether it's a candidate or a customer or a user. And so I think it's been super successful for us to really, document those.
And given that you were first-time founders, right? These kinds of unique insights are not common, right? I've been doing this as an entrepreneur in VC for over 2 decades. So were there any role models or advisors, or you guys just inherently believed that this will be important to create a build to last company? How did you guys arrive to this stuff that laying the Tao and the principles is going to be so important?
Yeah, I think, in some sense, I won't take credit for some some totally unique insight here. I think for us, what we acknowledged was we are first-time founders. And so where can we learn from other organizations in terms of what are the best patterns, but what are the anti-patterns and the things we don't want to do? And I think the anti-patterns are in some sense just as important as the success patterns are. And so for us, I did spent a little while at AWS and Amazon. And so I think what I saw there was their notion of their leadership principles, and they have a very document-driven culture, right? The sort of famous Amazon 6-pager. So there was a lot of those aspects that we actually borrowed from organizations like Amazon in terms of written culture, being very explicit, being very intentional. And then when we looked at the principles, actually, some of the folks we looked to, maybe this might be a strange example, but it's actually Ray Dalio and the Bridgewater Group. So for folks that haven't studied Bridgewater, they have a very unique culture. They believe in sort of notions of radical transparency. They have, a published book of the sort of corporate principles, that's now in sort of publication format. And so it was early exposure to some of those kind of environments, as well as then I'll call it exposure to some of the, smaller, a bit more shoot from the hip Silicon Valley startups that we said, okay, there's parts of that we don't want to replicate. That we really synthesized it and said, okay, what's going to be a good blend for us, right? I think a culture as extreme as Bridgewater is hard to scale. But then, I think a lot of the aspects of Amazon's culture made sense, and we brought that in. And then, really looking at, how do you make it a very professional and inclusive work culture as well? Those were all super important. So we sort of blended, I think, a lot of the best of worlds that we saw from other great organizations and tried to sort of, make it uniquely HashiCorp from there.
No, that's great. And I think great learnings for everybody on that front. Not only were you guys unique in setting up some of the fundamental culture and values, but you and Mitch also made the decision and came to us, to the board, and said hey, we need to bring a CEO. And you guys and all of us were extremely lucky in finding Dave McJanet, who has been a great addition. And he's really part I always look at him, the three of you as a trio, along with the team you have built. So what was the reasoning behind that, right? That's also a black swan event. Founders don't like bringing in CEOs, and Mayfield is always people first. We believe in following the founder's direction. What was the thinking behind it? Because it's your baby, like you guys started the company, getting in a CEO. What was going in your head, right? Like, would be just good to share with people. And the company has been extremely successful, and you guys are still driving the vision, the technology, the brain power behind the stuff, but you decided to bring in a complementary person who had more work experience, more GTM background, more scaling organization. So what was the reason, right, like to do that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good one. And it goes back to sort of relatively early in the company's life, sort of, 3-4 years in. We were really at the sort of juncture of defining what was sort of going to be the kind of customer focus area for us, as a business. Meaning, when we grow up, are we going to be really an enterprise focused business and go after that part of the market, or are we going to be more of a mid-market SMB business and design around a more transactional business? And I think ultimately we decided, when we grow up, given the space we're in, focusing on enterprise makes the most sense for us. And so we made that decision and sort of pivot internally from a focus area. I think the question then for me and Mitchell then became, who's the right leader for that, right? And I think, as founders, obviously we had maybe I'll call it the moral authority. And I think if we wanted to be CEO, we could have been. But I think as we reflected on it, and I think it goes back to that notion of sort of setting your own ego aside. I think the question to us was, what's more important? Is it more important that one of us holds the title of CEO? Or is it more important that the company succeeds? Because if it's important for us to be CEO, fine, we can solve that. We'll be CEO, but we're going to make 1,000 mistakes along the way, right? Because we've never done it. We've never built an enterprise organization. We've never built an enterprise sales force. We've never built an enterprise go-to-market, right? So all of those things, I don't think they're unlearnable, right? You can do them, but you're going to make mistakes along the way. So the question is, that 1,000 mistakes that you're going to make, is that going to jeopardize the business, right? Any startup, there's some tolerance, right? The answer is not you can only make 0 mistakes, but there's some threshold where you've made so many mistakes to kill the company. And then on the other side, it's like, could we bring someone in that no one's going to be perfect, right? That's not going to happen. But can you find someone who's been there, done that, and maybe they'll make 50 mistakes as opposed to 1,000? And so the question is, like, does that, 95% reduction in mistakes, does that improve the odds that the company succeeds? And is that more important to us than our title? And I think when we sort of really interrogated it, we said, yeah, that's ultimately more important to us, right? Like, if my title has to be chief janitor, then, so what? I don't really care. I'll happily do that. What matters to me is that the company's successful, the products are successful, the vision is brought to market. And so, I think once we sort of internalized that, then we said, yeah, the right thing to do is for us to sort of bring in the right person, whatever their title should be. Is it president, COO, CEO? It doesn't really matter to us. Let's find the right person who will drive the company's success and complement me and Mitchell's strengths, but then ultimately sort of check our ego, right? And really say, you know what, the title doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Oh, very unique perspective and very, very helpful for everyone. So switching gears, right? Like, you guys are a role model also on the front of building community, leveraging open source. Any learnings on that front? How should companies think about how important is the community? What do they open source? What do they provide as a SaaS service? What is commercial? So any key learnings you would bring out for the audience?
Yeah, I think there's so many. We could do a master class just on on open source strategy. I think at the heart of it is, people often think about open source as, a thing that you can sort of bolt on to any strategy as part of hey, this will be like a marketing effort. And I think that rarely works, right? I think you have to decide, and there's a bit of a binary choice here, which is, do you authentically commit to open source or do you not? right? Because I think anything in the middle, the community realizes pretty quickly it's inauthentic, and I think you get the worst of both worlds, to be honest. And I think if you authentically commit to open source, then what that really means is like, you have to make sure the product isn't, crippleware in the open source. It has to be that practitioners can use it, download it, extend it, and really see the true value of the tool in a purely open source motion. I think you have to then commit towards developer education, developer evangelism, right? So there's big investments that go into not just putting the code on GitHub, but building the communities around it, right? And so whether that's, putting developer relations, whether for us, we have our HashiCorp user groups around the world, we have HashiConf, which is our 2, global conferences. So we spend a lot of time, money, energy in terms of really fostering a community around it. Our engineers interface with the open source community every day. Our product managers interface with the community. So we're very authentically committed to it. I think that as you talk about commercializing open source, I think the most important thing, and I've seen where, a lot of organizations struggle with this, is articulate a clear framework for what's commercial and what's open source. Because I think if you do it on an ad hoc or random basis, it becomes very easy to sort of upset your open source community because they feel like there's no rhyme or reason to how you're operating. There's no framework that they understand. First, I think we've always been really clear, which is, hey, solving the core technical problem, that's always open source for HashiCorp. Solving the organizational challenge around using that product, that's our commercial product. And I think that articulation and framing has always made it really clear for our community why something goes one way or the other, and they don't feel like it's just sort of random, right? So I think having that intentionality and being able to articulate it, really, really important. And I think maybe the most important rule is what you give to the community, you never take back. Yep. Right? They're very loss, open source communities are very loss averse. And so, what, maybe it's a mistake and you regret it, but I think you have to learn to live with some of those mistakes rather than try and take it back. Because I think that burns the trust of the community. So I think some of those become really important. From a commercialization viewpoint, I think obviously the market's evolved a lot since HashiCorp started. I think SaaS is probably the predominant and the right answer for most organizations. Obviously we have a large component of our business that's sort of self-managed open core. I think that's driven by the fact that, when we started this in circa 2012, most enterprises were not comfortable with the idea of SaaS managed infrastructure. And in addition, we're at the kind of a core infrastructure layer. We're not a high level application SaaS. So core infrastructure people tend to want to self-manage as well. So I think the answer depends slightly on what business you're in, but by and large, I think most enterprises have come around to the idea that SaaS is the future and consumption billing is the future. And, that's probably the right way to monetize it.
Yeah, no, I think that's been our learnings, having been involved in so many companies. But I think, as I was mentioning, right, and you just affirmed that, like, SaaS is the way as companies go cloud native. So HashiCorp, switching gears, has had like so many opportunities. And in your role, right, like, how do you help prioritize which products to build, and how do you find product market fit? Because just amazing stuff happens once companies find product market fit. So any key learnings, because you can do a lot of things, right? And which you guys did, and some will work, some won't work. But how does one find product market fit?
Yeah, I mean, I think in some sense, it goes back to a little bit of like, in some sense, our origin, which was like, we were the end users of this stuff. And so we understood the problem space intimately, right? Because we were the operators, we were the buyers of these tools, if you will. And so I think for, really at the heart of it is a lot of, I think, founders try and go for, they go on, I'll call it problem, searches or solution searches, which is they might start with an idea and then look for the problem that it solves. And I think that's almost the wrong way to do it. I think the right way to do it is start by identifying a real problem. And then by definition, if you can solve that problem, you have product market fit, right? Because if you know an organization has that problem and it's a painful problem, the more painful, the better, right? Then they'll be willing to pay to make that problem go away. Versus if you start from a solution and you look for a problem, there's no guarantee anybody actually has that problem, right?
Yeah.
And so I think this goes to kind of the core ethos of the company. We talk about this in the TAO, which is at the heart of everything that we build, is we start with the user workflow problem. So when we're building any new product, we go into our customers, we go into our users, and we say, show us a workflow problem you have that's really painful, right? I want this to be a thing you're actually doing every day of every week. Show me that thing. And hey, what if I could automate that for you? Or what if I could make that less painful for you? And then that's what we start building the product around. So when we talk about it with our sort of onboarding of new employees, at the heart of what we do is identify the workflow problem. Then we build the product around that workflow. It's around that, then we say, okay, let's go build a community of open source users and an ecosystem. And then finally, it's the sales piece of it where we're monetizing at sort of the highest commercial layers, that community of user base. But at the very heart of that onion, right, if we think about it in those layers, is like there's a user workflow problem that we started with. And I think by virtue of thinking about it in that order, right, problem first, then product, you're always, very likely to have a very tight product market fit, right? Because by definition, the product was built for the specific problem. Not always, right? You can be off the mark, but I think starting in that order makes it much, much more likely.
Got it. We are heading towards the end, right? So I'll try to keep it to a few key things and one answer, right? So what's something you wish you knew when you were founding HashiCorp? One thing, right? Which you will tell your younger self.
I would say know the target customer. I think we got a lot of heartburn by not being able to answer that question and saying it's enterprise until we're 4 years into the business, right? We ended up with the wrong products, the wrong marketing strategies, the wrong people, the wrong sales motions. We ended up having to fix all of that, but I wish I had known that 4 years earlier.
Got it. And then you're a big believer in giving back, right? You think it's important for every company to have social impact and help communities, right? And any key learning there?
Yeah, we started our social impact fund, really early on to sort of give back to the communities. I think anyone in this industry is sort of, we're so blessed in many different ways. And I think, all of us need to look for ways for how do we give back to our communities. Maybe it's the communities we came from. Maybe it's, communities that we think are underserved or underfunded. But, I think, it starts with a sense of gratitude for everything we have and really saying, okay, we have a lot, and how do we give back to others who maybe don't have the same opportunities?
Yeah, and I would like to end by just asking you again, right? What's the biggest advice for people starting companies, right? Just one thing that comes to mind. You told us what you would do. Is it the same, or you would summarize it's something else?
I would say it's you just have to get on with it. And what I mean by that is I see a lot of people obsess over, I'm going to read every book on 0 to 1 or good to great. I'm going to go to 1,000 seminars and 1 million conferences, and I'm going to soak in all of this context and then I'll be ready. And the answer is every company, every situation, every market's unique, right? There's no playbook for it. Some of these innovations, you have to just jump into the pool and then solve the problems as you go, right? There's just no way around it, right? Because from all the webinars and books and whatever I've been to, none of them would have told me what I should do in my role at HashiCorp over the last 10 years, right? Yeah, they're all useful and interesting anecdotes, and maybe there's some frameworks that are helpful, but ultimately you just got to jump in the pool, right? And I think that would be my ultimate advice is there's no right moment. There's no level of learning that you're like, now I'm ready. I've read the 1,000 books about it. I'm ready now. I think you just got to get into the water, and I think you're going to have to solve the problems because they're going to be unique. They're going to be situational, and you have to kind of solve them in that context that only you're going to have. So I think in some sense there's a great, you should be prepared, but at the end of the day you gotta start the journey somewhere.
Yeah, be an entrepreneur and just jump in. Love it, right? So I want to end by thanking you for taking your time, and on behalf of Mayfield and myself, for our entire team, it's been a pleasure working with you, Mitch, Dave, and the entire team right from your Series A. Thank you again for taking the time. It's been a real pleasure.
Likewise, thank you so much for making the time, and it's been great to be here and great to work with you.
What an amazing story from a young entrepreneur, Arman, and a Midas touch venture capitalist, Naveen Chadda, on what it takes to create a company with over 15 billion in market cap. Next, I would like to introduce a fellow Thai Silicon Valley board member and a supporter of women initiatives who recently became an entrepreneur herself. She's the CEO and co-founder of Wellmany, an early-stage startup that is applying AI and ML to dental patient care. Please help me welcome Minnie Suri, who will be introducing our next grand keynote speaker.
Good morning. Our next speaker is Vice President of Machine Learning Services at Amazon AI. He is responsible for Amazon SageMaker, ML engines, Personalize, Forecast, Health AI, Panorama, Edge Manager, Code Guru, and other technologies that power AWS machine learning, one of the fastest growing services in AWS history. He's an alumnus of Harvard Business School, Yale University, and Indian Institute of Technology. He holds more than 70 patents and has more than 50 pending, has published more than 30 papers. Prior to Amazon, he worked at NVIDIA and Intel, leading various product groups spanning imaging analytics, media processing, high-performance computing, machine learning, and software infrastructure. Let's extend a warm TiEcon welcome to Dr. Bratin Saha.
Welcome, and thank you for joining me today. I'm Bratin Saha, VP of AI and ML Services at AWS, and today we'll talk about how you can accelerate innovation with machine learning. When I earned my PhD in computer science, machine learning was just beginning its evolution from an academic pursuit to what it's today, a critical component of every company's business strategy. Now at Amazon, we have been at the forefront of this machine learning evolution through products like Amazon.com, Alexa, Amazon Go, and others. And in fact, every time someone buys something on Amazon.com, it goes through one of our machine learning services. I'm incredibly proud of what our machine learning teams have done at a scale and complexity that's truly unprecedented. Now at AWS, we have taken this deep expertise of deploying machine learning at scale to build the AI and machine learning services for our customers. But before we get into the details of the AI and ML services, let's start with the foundations of it all, and that is the data strategy for a company. Data fuels machine learning, and so it's imperative that companies be able to harness all of the data that they have access to. Forrester estimates that a typical Fortune 1000 company will see a $65 million increase in net income just by making 10% more data accessible. And yet, many companies are not able to put their data to work for them. Accenture found that even though companies are storing and creating a lot more data than ever before, 68% of organizations believe that they're not able to harness their data. And that is because only 28% of companies have a data strategy in place. So what does a modern data strategy look like? At AWS, we think of a modern data strategy along three vectors: modernize your data stores, unify all of your data assets, and then innovate on your data with AI and machine learning. Companies that are managing their databases on-prem or even self-managing them in the cloud spend a lot of undifferentiated heavy lifting on provisioning, on backups, and on other undifferentiated work to manage the databases. Instead, you can use AWS to do all of that for you and leverage our unmatched experience and scalability and reliability, and then do only the differentiated innovation by yourself. Next, you want to unify all of your data assets so you can use all of it for innovation and enforce data governance. And for this, AWS provides purpose-built data lakes and data stores. And then finally, you want to innovate on your data with AI and machine learning, one of the most transformational technologies of our generation. Now, to help customers innovate with AI and machine learning, AWS offers the broadest and deepest set of machine learning services, spanning the machine learning infrastructure, the managed service, which is SageMaker, and then the higher level AI services. Today, more machine learning happens on AWS than anywhere else. And I've had the privilege of helping our customers extract insights from their data and then use those insights to drive better business results. Along the way, I also had the opportunity to help build one of the fastest growing services in AWS history and learn many valuable lessons. One of those lessons is that machine learning is no longer the future. Machine learning is the present that needs to be harnessed now. And so in the rest of this talk, I would like to share why machine learning is critical to innovation today and how you can drive machine learning innovation in your companies. But let me first start with some data on the progression of machine learning. According to IDC, the global spend on enterprise AI ML has gone from virtually nothing in 2013 to $50 billion in 2020, going from virtually nothing to $50 billion in just 7 years. By contrast, cloud computing went to $50 billion in almost 12 years, or almost twice as long as machine learning. Now, this investment in AI and ML is happening because it will help us solve important economic and social issues. And this investment is apparent in the rapid adoption of machine learning by customers. Today, more than 100,000 customers across virtually every industry, such as Capital One and Sallie Mae in financial services, Philips and Novartis in healthcare, Condé Nast and Thomson Reuters in media, NFL and Formula One in sports, Amazon and Mercado Libre in retail, and Siemens and Bayers in industrial, and many, many other companies are using the AI and machine learning services on AWS and seeing significant results to the business. So as machine learning takes off, many people ask us, how are companies using machine learning? And so let's get started by looking at some examples of how companies are using machine learning to drive innovation in their business. And let me start with computer vision. In many parts of the world, the traditional IDs that are used to verify a loan applicant, such as government-issued IDs, are not easily available. And so processing the loan applications of these individuals can be very difficult and very tedious. It is to serve these people that Ayala Credit, a digital financial services company operating in sub-Saharan Africa, was created. Ayala Credit uses the facial recognition features from Amazon Recognition to identify individuals when they do not have other forms of ID. And by using Amazon Recognition, Ayala has been able to extend credit to more than 2 million individuals and businesses, many of whom would otherwise not have had access to credit, and this is having a big change in their lives. Discovery is another example of a company that's using AI and ML to push the frontier of what's possible. Discovery recently launched their first direct-to-consumer service called Discovery Plus, and the team had a challenge. They had 20 million customers, more than 2,500 shows in 220 countries and in 50 different languages. Discovery knew that the human editors alone could not curate the content and provide a good, tailored experience to the users. And so Discovery turned to Amazon Personalize, a machine learning service that helps you create recommendation systems for your applications. And by using Amazon Personalize, Discovery was able to create a recommendation system for the Discovery Plus app that increased audience engagement by almost 3x. Now, another industry that generates a lot of data is the manufacturing industry. And in fact, applying machine learning to all of the data generated by industrial sensors and other equipment can be a game changer for the manufacturing industry. Let's look at an example. Coke AG and ES is a wholly owned subsidiary of Coke Industries, one of the largest private companies in the world. Coke needed a way to proactively detect equipment failures, that is, detect equipment failures before these failures occur. And for this, Coke turned to Amazon Monitron and Amazon Lookout for Equipment, two machine learning services that can detect equipment failures before these failures occur. And in fact, by using Amazon Monitron and Amazon Lookout for Equipment, Cope was able to detect failures hours before any other monitoring method. For example, Amazon Monitron was able to detect potential problems in one of the nitrogen producing units by detecting abnormal vibrations using machine learning. Another key industry where AI and machine learning is pushing the frontier of innovation is healthcare. And so let's take a look at how Rush Medical is using AI ML for healthcare.
One of the things we found really early on is that data was a critical part of the COVID response. Imagine if at the city level you could say, well, there's 10 ICU beds or 20, and here are the hospitals where patients should get transferred. By the end of the summer, we were able to get to about 18 hospitals. We had about 1 million records of data for people who had been tested for COVID. But then we've added where now immunization data is captured, and we're looking to continue to add data sets to it. Amazon Health Lake has really helped us with this project because we took what was a really quickly developed pilot to something that's production ready, going beyond COVID now and looking at health equity in general. We applied for and received a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant to look at health equity and how that was impacting care based on where you live and social determinants of health. And the outcomes of the community really should be equal. Because we've noticed that if you go just 5 miles from downtown Chicago to the west side, there's about a 13 to 15-year life expectancy drop. It's tied to lower access to care, lower primary care visits, lower immunization rates. So what we're seeking to do is bring in data from the electronic record, the discrete structured data, but also notes. We capture a lot of information still in notes that we type. It's been estimated 75 to 80% of the information about patients and about care is captured in that unstructured text. In traditional kind of computing models, that data is not usable. And so you're missing about 80%. That's the power of natural language processing. It can really unlock all that information. And we're bringing in hypertension, actual ambulatory blood pressure measurements from the community. Put that all together, and we're going to build predictive models around social determinants of health. We don't have to spend time building extraneous items or reinventing something. It already exists, and it allows us to move to the analytics phase much quicker. We're building it for this hypertension condition, but we have a number of other diseases that we want to start looking at that are common. So diabetes care, obesity, metabolic syndrome, some of the common diseases in our community, cancer care. The great thing about using Health Lake, using the FHIR API, is that the data structure will remain the same. All we'll really need to change will be the app layer and modify based on which syndrome we're looking at. So we view this as a population health application and the framework to be something we'll use for a series of diseases. Our sense is that's going to really just draw an enormous amount of power to analytics and what we can do with the data that we have.
So if we take a step back and think about these companies and how they're innovating with machine learning, we will realize that machine learning and AI is enabling a step function change in capabilities. And that is because machine learning is allowing these companies to extract insights from all kinds of data, from medical data, from videos, from images, from text, from audio, and so on. And these insights are enabling companies to do things to solve problems that could not be solved before. And in fact, machine learning will be pushing the frontier in ways many of us cannot even imagine now, making the world a safer, smarter, and healthier place. Which leads to the question, what is unique about machine learning that makes this true? Now, before machine learning, you could analyze tabular data and make predictions. For example, you could look at your historical sales data and predict your future sales. And you could do this because tabular data has a nice structure to it. So you can write a software program to extract insights from it. However, most of the data in the world is not tabular data. In fact, more than 80% of the data generated today is unstructured data. That is text and audio and video and images and so forth. And so most of the insights that we want to extract is embedded inside unstructured data. And unfortunately, you cannot use traditional software and analytics to extract insights from unstructured data. But with machine learning, not only can you extract insights from structured data, but more importantly, machine learning can detect patterns from unstructured data. And at a fundamental level, it takes inspiration from the learning process in the human brain. And so just as we humans can read text and look at images and look at videos and listen to audio and then extract information from it and then act on that information. Just like that, machine learning can read text, can listen to audio, can look at images, can look at videos, extract information from it, and then act on that information. And that is what makes machine learning uniquely capable of solving problems that could not be solved before. Which leads to the question, what does it then take to innovate with machine learning? And so I'm going to spend the rest of my talk on the key drivers that power machine learning innovation and how you can enable these drivers. First, all of this AI and machine learning needs lots of data, tabular data, text, video, audio data, and so forth. And that gets me to the first key driver of machine learning innovation, and that is processing vast amounts of multimodal data. Let's look at a few customer examples of multimodal data processing at work. Thomson Reuters has over 150 years of rich data on tax, on law, on news, and on other topics. And they train models using this data. For example, they have been using tens of thousands of documents to train machine learning models that can do natural language question answering. Intuit has more than 275 million minutes of customer interactions each year that they want to analyze for getting insights. Now, let's look at an application of data processing from the world of sports.
Swimming in Australia is the most successful Olympic sport.
We're looking at what's it going to take to win, not just in Paris in 2024, but also in 2032 in Brisbane. We had a lot of data, but we weren't maximizing that. With the help of the solutions architects at AWS, we're able to put all that data in one place. And now the data is starting to talk to each other.
We can see what we need to do in terms of our overall skills, whether that's starts and turns, how they pace the race, but we can also get the stroke mechanics. That bit is the key. That tells us the focus area when the coaches get back into training.
It's about pulling training evidence and combining it with machine learning and AI to develop an individualized bespoke program around the individual swimmer. Australia in sport in general has always been at the forefront of science. Information, data, and knowledge is power.
So today, enormous amounts of data are being generated that can be used for gleaning insights. For example, IP cameras today generate more than 3,500 petabytes of data daily. And so as you can see, organizations across industries are generating and want to analyze massive amounts of data. And so at AWS, we are invested in building purpose-built data processing capabilities for machine learning. For example, we have Amazon SageMaker Data Wrangler that you can use for analyzing structured data. And we have Amazon SageMaker Ground Truth that you can use for labeling unstructured data. And then we have Amazon SageMaker Feature Store that you can use for storing and querying machine learning data. Now, all of this data processing helps ML practitioners build ML models. But to get to business value, machine learning needs to get embedded into every aspect of a company's operations. And that gets me to the next key driver of machine learning innovation. And that is industrializing machine learning to scale its deployment. We have seen industrialization play out in other domains as well. The automotive industry is a great example. the assembly line industrialized automotive design and manufacturing and moved us from one-off handmade cars to mass-produced cars, thus revolutionizing transportation. The software industry also went from a few specialized applications to becoming ubiquitous through automation, through tooling, through standardized processes, in effect, through the industrialization of software. And just in that way, machine learning also needs to industrialize and become a systematic engineering discipline. And at AWS, we have been at the forefront of this machine learning industrialization. To set some context, let's look at how machine learning on AWS has grown. Today, customers are running millions of models each with hundreds of billions of parameters and make hundreds of billions of predictions. So when you're talking of millions and billions and hundreds of billions, that says machine learning is no longer niche and has to industrialize. Now, machine learning industrialization has three components. One is a machine learning infrastructure that is geared for machine learning tasks so that customers can get the best performance and the lowest cost. Remember, when we are talking about mass producing something and we are talking about millions and billions, we need an infrastructure that can produce things at low cost and with good performance. And when you're talking about low cost and good performance, really, it's very hard to beat a cloud-based machine learning service. Next are machine learning tools that are tailor-made for machine learning tasks so that they make it easy to do machine learning. These are tools like machine learning IDEs and experiment management systems and so on. And then finally is ML Ops, which allows you to automate your entire machine learning process, just thus making it scalable and repeatable. Let's explore each one of these vectors, starting with machine learning infrastructure. Now, for training and inference of machine learning models on AWS, we provide both custom silicon as well as GPUs. For example, Trainium, a custom chip built from the ground up for training machine learning models, provides the best price performance for training deep learning models in the cloud. Our P4D GPU instances provide up to 2x better performance and up to 60% lower cost than the previous generation P3 instances. And then finally, the Habana DL1 instances provide up to 40% better price performance than equivalent GPU instances. On inference, Inferentia, which is a custom chip built for machine learning inference, provides up to 2x higher throughput and 70% lower cost than equivalent GPU instances. And customers like Airbnb, Prime Video, and Sprinkler are already benefiting from it. And then finally, a G5 GPU instances provide up to 3x better throughput than the previous generation G4DN instances. Now, the next aspect of machine learning industrialization is machine learning tools. And these are tools that have been built to make it easy to do machine learning. And on AWS, SageMaker provides an integrated set of tools as part of SageMaker Studio that make it much easier for developers to do machine learning. Let's take a look at how customers benefit from these. Vanguard has been able to automate their entire machine learning deployment by using SageMaker and is now able to deploy models 20 times faster. AstraZeneca has been able to automate their machine learning environments and has been able to reduce machine learning deployment time from 1 month before to just 5 minutes. NerdWallet has been able to reduce the cost of machine learning training by almost 75%. And Zendesk has been able to reduce the cost of machine learning inference by almost 90%. And so as we can see, companies and developers become a lot more productive and a lot more efficient when they're using purpose-built cloud-based machine learning services. The next aspect of ML industrialization is ML Ops, which allows you to automate your entire machine learning workflow and make it scalable and repeatable. And on AWS, SageMaker Pipelines allows you to do machine learning ops. And not just that, it also improves your audit and governance posture because Pipelines tracks your models and your other ML artifacts at every step of the machine learning workflow. And not just that, It also lets you integrate bias detection and explainability and make it an integral part of your machine learning workflow. Now, machine learning industrialization and machine learning data processing make it much easier for ML practitioners to do machine learning. But as you think of the transformative potential for ML, it's natural to ask, how do we make sure that more people can be part of the machine learning journey? How do we make sure that more people can do machine learning? And that gets me to the next key driver of machine learning innovation, and that is empowering more people to build machine learning solutions. According to the LinkedIn jobs report, the demand for AI and ML practitioners has been growing by 74% annually for the last 4 years, more than 2x that of any other job category. And given the early nature of machine learning, companies have been having a hard time finding all the people they need to find to get all of the machine learning done. And so many of these companies asked us, can you make it easier to do machine learning? Can you expand the audience for machine learning? And that gets me to Amazon SageMaker Canvas, a tool that allows you to do machine learning without having to write a single line of code. Amazon SageMaker lets data analysts, sales professionals, marketing professionals, and others who may not be coders, who may not be ML practitioners, but who would nevertheless benefit from machine learning. And it allows all of them to build models, process data, train models, deploy models, all of this without having to write a single line of code. And not just this, to make machine learning accessible to students, we also have Amazon SageMaker Studio Lab, which makes it easy for students to get started. It's a no setup, no charge machine learning environment. And not only does SageMaker Studio Lab give you free compute, it also gives you free storage. And you don't even need an AWS account to get started. You can just get started with your email address. Now, I'm excited about how Canvas and Studio Lab will open up machine learning to a lot more people. But that is just the beginning for us at Amazon. Amazon has committed that by 2025, we will help more than 29 million people grow their tech skills through free cloud computing training. And machine learning education is a big part of that commitment. More than 140,000 developers from more than 150 countries have been trained on machine learning through AWS Deep Racer, our fully autonomous 1/18 scale race car that is powered by machine learning. We have free educational courses through our training and certification programs that are based on the same machine learning university courses that we use for our internal Amazon employees. And we have also partnered with Udacity to award scholarships to the Machine Learning Nano Degree program with a focus on increasing the representation of women and underrepresented minorities in machine learning. Now, encouraging greater diversity and representation in the field of machine learning is going to continue to be a top priority for us. So on this topic, let's hear directly from a New York University student and game programmer.
My name's Geneva, I'm a senior at NYU, and I'm a game programmer. I grew up in Jamaica, Queens with my parents and my 3 little siblings. It was a very technical household. We all played games together, all learned about computers. But my dad specifically was really into computers and taught me all of these different programs when I was like in middle school. And that just kind of continued on when I went to high school. And I was like, oh, you can code and you can make games? Video games at first meant entertainment, but as I got older, video games eventually meant another art form. It's freedom of expression. I feel like there's definitely a steep learning curve when it comes to programming. It's about finding resources or finding communities where you can learn with other people. I found communities of people that made games that were very LGBTQ focused. And because of that, I want to just put more of those out there. I feel like a lot of games need to acknowledge people of color's voices a lot more, or it's just adding more hairstyles instead of just being oh, well, I guess there's only one black hairstyle. Guess I'll choose this. AI can change the future of gaming just by looking at how AI is affecting our lives everywhere else. Equal representation and diversity in AI is super important just because AI is all around us. AI can possibly help people be more empathetic through video games. By having lots of different people from different backgrounds come together to work on something, new things will be brought to the table that wasn't there before.
Students from around the world can now apply for the AWS AI and Machine Learning Scholarship, and the program will award 2,000 student scholarships to the AI Programming with Python Udacity Nanodegree program, which offers foundational programming skills. In addition, the top 500 students from this program will have access to machine learning experts from Amazon and Intel who will be able to offer them mentorship. We are excited about how SageMaker Canvas, Studio Lab, the AWS AI and Machine Learning Scholarship, and AWS Deep Racer are going to make it much easier for more people to do machine learning and enable the next set of innovations based on machine learning. So let me conclude with the main takeaway from this session, and that is machine learning is no longer the future. Machine learning is the present and here and now. And based on Amazon's own experience and the experience of hundreds of thousands of our customers doing machine learning on AWS, you too can harness the power of ML in your business and innovate in your business by enabling the key enablers, drivers. First, use machine learning to solve problems that could not be solved before. Second, enable processing of massive amounts of multimodal data. Third, industrialize machine learning across your business. And fourth, empower more people in your companies to do machine learning. To learn more about the machine learning and AI services, use cases, and innovations we talked about today, please visit the AWS Machine Learning website. Thank you for coming.
That was Dr. Brachen Saha talking about accelerating innovation through machine learning, the modern data strategy being used across verticals, the tools available, the power of AWS, and empowering people to build machine learning solutions. Next up, we have a number of parallel sessions occurring in multiple halls from Hall A to Hall E from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. as you will see in the slide that will be displayed soon. They will comprise of keynotes, fireside chats, and panels. So you can go visit the expo, you can go visit the auditoriums, you can go talk to our sponsors and exhibitors, you can go network in the networking lounge and chat one-on-one or in a group, exchange your virtual business cards, and also interact with people to grow your network. We will converge back in this room at about 11:30 a.m. Pacific for our next grand keynote, a conversation between Lynn Martin of NASDAQ and Vikas Parekh of SoftBank. Till then, enjoy and have a great conference.
So with that, we have basically, I just want to give a little bit of quick intro here because the speakers are here already. Why operationalizing AI is important for enterprise today? How do you automate your enterprise? That's a question everybody has. This panel, which is put together, is going to provide us some thought-provoking ideas. We have on the panel Harveer Singh, who is Chief Data Architect at Western Union, Milind Nagnur, who happened to be at Citi and a superstar, and also now a CTO at Early Warning. Anu recently made it to 50 over 50 and was also in an advisory session with Hillary Clinton. She's a CEO of a head finance lender. Amit Agara, CTO of FinTech, also had chance of working with Amit, a brilliant mind who actually built a conversational platform, and also a serial entrepreneur. James Barisi, who is SVP Technology and Engineering at Chime. Actually, fun fact, he spent 19th birthday digging all day long when he was at US Army. But that's the dedication that James brings. And this is moderated by an amazing speaker, Ed Macko, who is the global healthcare GM at IBM. And he told me to introduce his fun fact. He's a simple country boy. So all here, and over to you, Ed. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, team. As the key topic of this session and this distinguished panel is everybody understands the promise of AI is clear, but the implementation and operation of the AI comes with the key challenges. You know, our customers are coming to us to answer key questions about how do we operationalize the AI with confidence, we scale given regulations, how do we responsible use of AI to address things like risk, things like regulation, things like your reputation from an AI perspective. And so I've got this distinguished panel here. I said I'm mainly focused in the healthcare and life sciences space, and a lot of the team here at Tech. But what we're going to do is talk about some of the key challenges, not only just being able to obviously build AI, but how do you deploy and operationalize AI within the context of some compelling examples. So let me start with Harveer, right, from Western Union. Would you give us some of the key challenges that you have with trying to operationalize an AI within your enterprise?
Thanks, Ed, and thanks, Ty, for having me here to speak about some of the experiences that I have. A quick background, and 16 plus years in consulting, with Deloitte, IBM, Accenture, and Ernst & Young, and now I run the engineering as well as I'm the chief data architect of Western Union. And the AI ML piece kind of falls under my portfolio of managing that end-to-end governance of the AI ML platform that we have. And let me give you a couple of thought-provoking, use cases that we particularly do here. So we are in the business of we're moving money around the world, and the money moves when the data moves, right? So everything that is attached to money is attached to data in some way or some form. So we collect a humongous amount of data from our customers, whether it's the senders or the receivers, as much data as we can collect for them to be able to make some real-time decisioning on if this is an authentic customer, is he sending for a valid purpose, is he breaking any laws, is he on a sanctions list, or is he connected to a known financial fraudulent entity, etc. So there's like a lot of things that we have to go through from our perspective to make sure that the customer gets what he wants, but we are preventing any kind of fraud or risk from whether it's from the house or whether it's from the regulatory perspective. We have a lot of burden that we have to carry, and on top of it, there's an expectation that every customer wants their money right then and there. They want their thing to be delivered at the promised time. They want that experience to be flawless, but they don't realize what all goes on behind the scene. When you stand in a line, when a retail network, you go stand in the Western Union storefront and try to send money, there's a significant amount of effort that goes behind the scene to kind of churn that data to figure out whether this is the right transaction, whether we can approve it right now as soon as possible. Our goal is to approve 80+% of these transactions right there and then 20% obviously goes to additional checks because they hit certain criterias. Now, the most important things that we have been able to do in the last few years, we have to build some of really, really good proprietary models which prevent, anti-money laundering. And they prevent fraud. And we have like 16 categories of fraud, depending on which part of the world the money is originating. There could be a very different kind of fraud happening there. In the US, a common fraud is, people are, asking money from Asia to help them pay their bills, right? Or you have an IRS scam that is happening. Human trafficking, as well as, the pornography industry is huge with these kind of, scams that are happening. So our models goes through runs on a daily basis, on a literally real time to kind of pick those. And we are very proud to partner up with the federal agencies as well to kind of stop some of those crimes. In 2018 onwards, we have been stopping crime from the child human trafficking perspective. There is, if somebody wants to Google, Western Union and human trafficking, you will actually see reports that we managed to get about 1,700, about 2,000, perpetrators arrested who were in process of doing human trafficking, which I think is a really good use case about how you put AI to good use. But now it comes with a lot of challenges. We are proud of that, but behind the scene, the challenges are that we have to constantly remove bias from our algorithms, because the minute it starts to pick up something, it'll start to target a specific community or a specific geography or a specific area. We have to constantly try to remove that bias in those models and make sure that we are only relying on data which does not affect that. But just like our mindset goes, the more generalist over a period of time, and they start to kind of pinpoint into certain directions which we should technically not. So one of the biggest challenges that we have is how do you retrain and how do you're constantly removing bias from that model. The second one is because being a federally governed organization, we have to comply by so many regulations. So we have to explain to all the Fed on how we came up to certain decisioning. So if we decided to let something go versus decide to stop something, we have to come back and explain them why did we take those decisions. Now, that's one of the reasons I always emphasize that the models are not built as a black box. They're able to, we have a good explanation or a feature around it. So we are evaluating tools which can bring those explanations, which can bring those transparency, bring those lineage around it. And the third aspect is, yes, we have an AI mindset. We want to do more things automated, but we don't want AI to take over, because if it takes over, it will start to make decisions on its own. We want assisted learning at this point of time because it's such a sensitive market that we serve. We don't want our customers to, suffer because AI thinks that, he's wrong. We need some human in the loop as well. So that's another challenge that we face, efficient human in the loop to make sure that these kind of, situations don't arise. And then finally, we want to govern it in a way that, our organization, our privacy organization, as well our data organization kind of works hand in hand to understand, hey, these are your inputs. This is how you came all the way from, the source. This is how it is, feeding into the model. This is the decision that was made, and this is how it affected in a real time or even in a batch mode, whatever that may be. So that entire governance process is kind of monitored and is approved on a weekly, monthly basis in some way or some form. So we have a partnership with our different groups, whether it's privacy, whether it's infosec, whether it's the finance or the settlement teams, that we actually want to have a governance mindset on top of these models. So that's kind of some of our challenges. So we are investing in technology, we are investing in the right products, we are investing in right partnerships. We are actually have partnered up with quite a few startups actually to kind of prevent fraud. I don't want to name random stuff at the moment, but it would be unfair to a certain other people if I name one vendor versus the other vendor. So in a generic way, we are looking to partner up with organization which remove remove fraud and increase our bottom line in some way or some form. That is always our criteria. You want to work with us in some way or some form, you need to match some of these expectations. So
Right.
you think I covered everything?
No, Harvey, a great example. So let's, Milind, how about you? Some of the things that you're dealing with, challenges, and how you're addressing those.
Just starting from the basics, the start of a good AI project is usually by asking good business questions and what outcomes we want to go after. So
Right.
It's very important that the product people and business people are very cool about what problems we are defining and how we are defining the problem. And from there, the data scientist should be able to derive key results, which are usually quantifiable, and then they can start imagining the data sets and variables that they need to optimize based on what the problems need to get solved. And then the next part after that is getting the data engineered, ready, and labeled to solve these type of problems, which is usually the hard part.
Right.
If you have a good problem defined, if you know what variables to optimize, if you have good labeled data sets, the next stage is typically around finding the right algorithm models. And that is becoming the easier part now because mostly software is now able to figure out which is the best model with the best score to solve that problem. And from there, you get on to analyzing the model, the area of MLAP, and how do you look for changes in data sets over time, and how do you optimize the scores. And then finally, you have the explainability where at any point in time in the future, you should be able to pick on random data sets and outcomes and have a clear explanation of how you got there. And interestingly, software is helping there too. I think explainability is becoming easier with software providing that. So overall, if you look at this basic life cycle, I think the hardest parts are around defining the right problem because it all starts there and what you want to go after. The second hard part is around getting the data right and getting the data engineering part solved. And I think the relatively easier parts are around choosing the model or the algorithm and even explainable extent is getting made easier by software. That's how I would summarize it, Ed.
No, awesome. I think that you talk about the full AI life cycle because you got to have the right data to be able to go AI. And then from an explainability and bias perspective, you talked about the full, there is a life cycle, people, process, and technology, which all play in a very important role. So that's great example. Anu, how about you? Some examples that you may have in your specific organization.
Thank you, Ed. So yes, the points that Harvey and Milind covered are pretty much right on, right? So I, started in the industry as a data scientist, like a long time ago when switching from a criteria-based underwriting, right? So my background is lending, so you'll hear me talk about that. Banks were switching from criteria-based lending to using models, right? FICO score at the time was called Fair Isaac. And so one of my first projects was building a model from bureau data. And some of the challenges that existed then in terms of when you transition from one type of modeling to another still exists today, right? So as we've already talked about, transparency, explainability are really critical. Very recently, like in the last 5 years, I had this challenge where our data scientists used, random forest method to build a score, but then regulators were like, well, you can't really pinpoint the top 3 reasons you denied a loan to someone. So from a lending perspective, right, there are regulations that say when you send the rejection letter, right, an adverse action notice, you have to list the top 3 reasons they were denied. And depending on the model you use, sometimes you can't prove that those are the top 3 reasons. And so I do think that regulated industries, one of the challenges that we all are trying to solve for, and this is not just for AI, it's for any modeling, is how do you make it so that you can clearly state to the customer, these are the reasons you didn't get this loan, the reasons you didn't qualify, right? So that's one issue, which kind of talks to like transparency and explainability. The other challenge I think we have, and it's generally true for businesses, but especially in lending, is about disparate impact, right? So one of the things we have to do as a lender is make sure that our models are not inherently biased. The models might be super effective. The models might be verified, like as data shifts, you've kind of re-verified the data, and you know that the model is accurate. You may make sure that the reasons are accurate. But then once a year, you have to look at all of your loans, like all the accepts and all the rejects, and actually have a third party look at your data and say, your models are not inherently biased, meaning you're not accidentally or you're accidentally excluding groups of people, which, by the way, model just what AI and any kind of software solutions you have is going to optimize for the whatever outcome you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Whatever attribute you're trying to maximize. In this case, it's loan repayment. But then it's relying on historical data. So the inherent biases that exist in society and the historical data that brings with it will actually impact the outcome. And so I do think that that's an area that we've all been working towards solving, but it's not there yet, right? So there are regulatory reasons as well. We have to, there's the societal reasons why there should not be disparate impact, but there's also regulatory things we have to follow as a lender. So I do think that AI has a lot of promise. As I think multiple people have said here, I think human intervention is really critical. It has to be, a combination of AI, software, right? Setting the right goal, getting the right data, but also have human intervention to make sure that you are bringing along, you're checking the boxes and all supposed to do the way you're supposed to do. And I do also think,
go ahead.
The last thing I was going to say is maybe because I come from a very heavily regulated industry, which I know Western Union is as well, it's really important to, have the regulatory lens as well and make sure that as AI evolves, we as an industry bring the regulators in quick, early on, right, in the life cycle of all the products we're creating. It's a lot easier to have them as a partner when you build a product than to build a product and then try to explain to them what you're doing and why it's actually fair. So that's one of the things I would recommend. Yeah.
Yeah, man, great points, including the data and get historical data sets, but then as you drive more data in there and drift to the models and the things that you need to do is actually a key point and issue. Great examples. All right, next panel, Amit. How about some examples in the beverage area? So I've got some interesting things that you're doing. And how about especially on Cinco de Mayo, where you're on? Tell us a little bit about what you've been doing.
That's right. Thanks, everybody. Make sure you get yourself a good cold drink. So we're fintech.com. I'll actually take credit for the fact that we before fintech was a thing, somebody here went off and got the domain 20 plus years ago. So we're the biggest B2B payments company in the beverage and alcohol space, particularly alcohol. It's a regulated space, so it's interesting how we have different regulations that govern. So in the alcohol space, as some of you may know, it's a 3-tier system, and that brings its own set of challenges. So since we actually move money between these companies, essentially, and these could be companies as big as Walmart or the one site operator that owns a bar somewhere, for example, and having a Cinco de Mayo procession there, right? So just to give you an idea, just to put the problem in perspective, there's 600,000 licenses alone in the United States, for example. There's about 8,000 distributors, which is generally called as wholesalers, right? And there's another about, depends on how you count wineries and craft brewers, etc. There call it another 10,000 suppliers who manufacture these alcohol products, right? The problem statement is unique in a way that no Walmarts of the world can just go, have a transactional deal, both in pricing and product they'll acquire directly with an Anheuser-Busch who manufactures a whole bunch of products, for example, or Diageo who manufactures a bunch of spirits, for example. That 3-tier system makes the problem way more complicated than probably it even needs to be. Unlike maybe other industries, for example, right? So a supplier cannot just decide what they're going to price the product as, the wholesaler does. The wholesalers carry their own product catalogs. They actually invoice the retailers. The retailers have to pay, going back to regulations. The payment transactions have to kind of go process according to what invoices are presented. So one of the big that the fintech team has been focused on the last couple of years is we are sitting on 20 years worth of data on all these transactions happening across the board, right? The big issue was no standardization. There is no way for me to normalize the data this Bud Light six-pack, is the same way it's being denoted across all 50 states, across all the wholesalers, and across all the retailers that are receiving the products, regardless of the fact that it's only one supplier that manufactures that Bud Light six-pack in the world, for example, right? So we've been focused a lot on normalizing the data, massive data engineering problem, trying to even denote how we standardize the way data is represented in all these invoices. There is so much fragmentation around just sophistication of wholesalers and suppliers in the way they even, put it out, and creating a standard, right? So as data moves, we process millions of invoices, for example. So as data moves those invoices, we look at every line item to basically try and figure out how we can normalize line item to the same canonical reference of a Bud Light six-pack, for example, so that we can then now do reconciliation, credits management, allow them to do more forensics. Why did I get this product? I didn't order this, for example, but you still paid for it, but it turns out that was actually the product you ordered. It was just called something differently. These are some of the challenges that the fintech team has been focused on for the past couple of years, so that we can get ahead of the heartburn that the three-tier system also causes for the supply chain of alcohol at large, right? So those are some of the challenges that we are dealing with at fintech, and more to come, of course.
Awesome, Amit. Thank you. And then finally, James, I know you've got a lot of experience with what you're doing in your latest company at Chime. Just some background of some of the things that you're seeing in your business.
Great. Thanks, Ed. So first of all, I'll give some background on myself and Chime, and then walk through 3 challenges that I see in operationalizing AI. So I spent a lot of time in building out the platform and infrastructure for eBay.com when it was scaling globally, and that included the data platforms and all of our analytics, and at that time, the early machine learning infrastructure that we needed. I was also CTO at PayPal, where AI drives a huge amount of everything that enables that business. But what I'm doing right now is I'm at Chime, and Chime is a leading financial technology company founded on the premise that financial services should be really helpful, easy, and free. And we're there in the U.S. challenger banking segment. And so an example of what that means is the legacy of the financial industry is to make a lot of money on overdraft fees and charges and transaction costs. And our goal is to use really sophisticated AI, great models, great data, and be able to financial risks, and as a result, give people free services and make it viable. And so an example of that is, rather than charging an overdraft fee, if we can see everybody's everyday spend and we know when their paycheck's hitting and their model, rather than if they happen to overdraft an account, rather than charge them a fee, we can actually spot them the money because we know we'll be able to make it up. And that's a great innovation that people love. It's a great service, and it's powered by really deep understanding of analytics and having the models for it. We launched that product in 2018. We've already spotted more than $9 billion and that's powered by everything we're doing. So let me go to the 3 moves that I see. First of all, I just like to think strategically for builders and operators to think of your platform as an operating system. And then you're building applications on top of everything that you've got underneath. And with an operating system, things need to be designed together and go together. And so the first area that I see as a challenge is really data capture, and what some of the other panelists have talked about. How do you tag and track it? But the challenge is, data scientists don't know ahead of what data we need. We don't know everything we should be capturing. So the more teams can instrument data capture kind of in the infrastructure, so as applications are being built or as you're innovating, you can really quickly instrument and capture a huge amount of potentially relevant data, that as your data scientists are working and we're building new models, you may find a correlation that surprised you. To know that up front is really challenging. So throwing away or not capturing data is a huge missed opportunity. And so rather than having to do it all, the building great data capture infrastructure and tooling into your application development infrastructure is a big opportunity.
Yeah.
The second challenge is really around experimentation and tracking and being able to show, as you have these models being built, is the new model better or worse? How does it perform in a holistic standpoint? So being able to connect your experimentation and tracking platform with the way you're using AI and be able to create this loop is critically important. And then that's the third challenge I have, is to really make sure that you're operationalizing what you're doing in a continuous improvement model. You don't just build a model and one and done, it's in place. You need to make sure every part of the organization, the business leaders, the product leaders, the engineers, are all working to do continuous improvement. You use those earlier to, data capture and experimentation to be able to do that. Where a lot of times, we're, especially Chime's a fintech, right? We're all startups where everybody's got a million things to do. Sometimes it's easy to be moving on to the next shiny thing versus optimizing your model, but you've got to build that up as a deep practice. So those are my three.
Awesome, James. Those are great examples. I like your, the concept of an AI operating system, because in the end, I think what everybody highlighted, that there is an AI life cycle here, right? You've got to think about it's about people, process, and technology. You got to think about the data sets and where are you getting that data. Put that data, once you get that data, put it in cataloging and put it in within context. So everybody's in different industries, different data types. We want to also not only put it into context to go build your models, but then if you introduce new data and new data sets, are you looking for, drift and bias and operationalizing the models? But then once you build it and deploy it, how do you monitor? How do you monitor this whole concept? And the whole concept of ML ops and trustworthy AI, where you're actually looking for, things like fairness, bias, explainability, transparency. Those are really the key things that I think that not only fintechs but every organization across the enterprise is looking for in a platform, right? And to be able to go drive this from a platform perspective. And so I think you've touched upon, everyone's touched upon some of the key challenges, and then how do you address that through an end-to-end platform? Because I think there's a lot of people approaching this from different angles. It's as Gartner says, $62 billion market, in 22 to go around AI, ML, sets of technologies. I think you have to embrace the open source and the things that they're doing, but you also need to say, how to build an enterprise class set of capabilities so you can deliver that full AI lifecycle. And I think that's really what, everybody is really looking at this from different angles across different industries. But I think those are kind of the common themes that I think we've teased out, over the last 30 minutes. And the round here, everybody had 5 minutes. Everybody had really great examples of what they're doing. And it just reiterates not only what you're seeing, but what we're seeing in the marketplace and how we're getting traction. So again, I wanted to thank everybody for the examples. Thanks for all the expertise. I'm very humbled to even be part of this distinguished panel of experts with years and years of experience. And I think it's going to be warranted as we continue to go roll out these AI models and really drive AI for good, right? Between the regulations, education, and the risk that everybody's going to have to deal with. This is going to be something that everybody's going to have to deal with, and is core to what quote unquote an enterprise platform and operationalizing AI needs to do. So again, thank you, team.
Having us, it was a pleasure.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me.
So thank you
You know
so
what?
much.
You know what? I was amazed. Team, we got that done. I was sitting there going, how are we going to get five brilliant people?
For
five
really
brilliant
taking
people to
us
go do
through
this.
this panel of these amazing speakers with Anu, Milind, Amit, James, and Harvey. I think there was a lot of learning for our speakers as well as also for our audience. with that, I just want to thank you again for these wonderful thoughts and ideas, as everyone got a lot out of this inspiring conversation.
Awesome. Thanks,
Thank
Minnie.
you. Thanks, everyone. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed, for moderating.
Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, James. Great meeting you.
Sure. Good to meet everybody. All right.
It's my honor and privilege to introduce two of my mentors, Don Callahan and Greg Lavender. Don is a walking encyclopedia, sharp, humble, and curious, who is a recognized leader in financial services and technology. At Citi, Don managed complex businesses and services spanning across 100 countries and a multi-billion-dollar operating budget. He's an executive partner at Bridge Growth Partners, and he serves as an executive chairman of Time, where he's leading a comprehensive brand transformation. Don sits on various other boards of different startups. Greg Lavender served as a managing director and CTO for Citi's architecture and technology engineering at Citi. He led the global transformation of Citi's IT and is driven by the mission to empower future leaders. He's a teacher at heart, thought-provoking critic, and door opener, and who champions equal opportunities and career mobility for women. As Senior VP, CTO, and General Manager of Intel Software and Advanced Technology Group, Greg drives the company's technical innovation and research program. Greg is an avid traveler to Greece and a patron of the archaeologic digs on the Board of Trustees at the American School of Classical Studies in Athens. Let's extend a warm TiEcon welcome to Don Callahan and Greg Lavender.
Hey, Greg, great to see you. And I really appreciate you agreeing to take some time out of what I think may be the busiest schedule of anyone I know right now, as you have this Herculean job. And I want to start straight out with a big open question. What do you think of Moore's Law, and why has it been so powerful over the ages? And what do you think it portends in terms of our future?
Great question, Don. By the way, just to situate things, Gordon Moore is still alive and kicking. And I was up at our campus in Hillsboro, Oregon, where we dedicated the campus as the Gordon Moore Park campus. So we've named that entire campus after Gordon Moore, after his great legacy co-founder of this great company.
That is great. How topical.
So, good question. So, you know, the original Moore's Law was that transistor density would double every 18 months or so as the manufacturing technology processes improved, and that's certainly been true over the course of our careers in technology. But now that we're manufacturing at small number of nanometers, 5, 3. In fact, Intel's announced both 20 angstrom and 18 angstrom. And so you get a lot more transistors per unit area, but it takes longer to get that technology process working. So it's sort of more that we can sort of increase the number of transistors every 4 to 5 years. And today, it's the leading technology in this area is called extreme ultraviolet lithography, EULV. And that technology is very, very complicated. It's very, very expensive. The company in the Netherlands called ASML is the primary provider of those technologies, and it really is truly rocket science. It's at the, at those levels, at the angstrom level, trying to manufacture these technologies is a very complicated process, and great physics and great material science and great engineering required to achieve those higher levels of density with quality. And the things people worry about when you get into that's ultra small scale is how many defects per million that you generate when you manufacture. And more industries want less than 50 defects per million. So that's a really challenging task. But the industry is moving that direction, and the whole world is going to rely on semiconductor technology, as Pat Gelsinger has said. it's to the economy now what oil was to the economies of the last century.
That's an amazing statement. I happen to think Pat's right in terms of the power. But as you, I know you're a huge fan of what is the power of good? What can technology deliver in terms of making things come alive? If you think about the power of Moore's law, or we'll call it the last 40 years, what do you think the biggest contribution has been?
Well, I mean, if you look at every aspect of life, right, whether it's medical technology, whether it's the communications technology like what we're using today, the portability and mobility of our mobile technologies. I think the number of SIMs passed the number of humans on the planet a few years ago, right? So we have more SIMs, talking or communicating than we have people, because many of us even have multiple devices with multiple SIM cards, but also IoT and the whole explosion of smart devices, has really just connected the whole globe. And that's for good and sometimes for ill, as we've seen over the last few years. And certainly we see now with the geopolitics of what's going on. So technology can be, it's provided, for lots of different use cases to enhance society, economies, education, healthcare. So there's lots of things that happen with technology, but there's also some bad things that happen with technology. And I think it's up to us as leaders in the technology industry to set, a strong, tech for good ethos and make sure that, for example, anything we do in AI is responsible AI or ethical AI. And there's a big momentum across the industry to make sure that this technology is not used for ill purposes.
Boy, what a great overview. I want to come back to the tech for good, but not until I get an update on what you're doing at Intel, because every day when I open up any newspaper around the world, it seems like you guys are opening something, you're growing what seems to be a very impressive rate. What are you up to? And what can you say publicly to all of these entrepreneurs?
I think it's kind of obvious that as we just look at, the last, during the COVID situation, the unfortunate sort of impact on global society's productivity, and particularly the supply chain. And with the concentration of a lot of semiconductor manufacturing in the Far East, it's put a lot of pressure on the technology supply chain. And then it's created shortages of supply, which has driven up costs. We're now dealing with inflation. There was a record number of laptops built and shipped during COVID. Let me tell you that. And obviously, record numbers of minutes spent on video calls like the one we're doing right now. So I think but we need a more balanced world where the supply chain capacity and the manufacturing capacity is more evenly distributed. And right now it's sort of lopsided distribution. So Intel's strategy under Pat Gelsinger has been publicly stated, which is we're expanding the manufacturing facilities we already have, a large one in Arizona, in Hillsboro, Oregon, in New Mexico, near Albuquerque, in Israel, and in Ireland. So we're expanding our existing capacity. And as we've announced in the US, to great fanfare, President Biden mentioned it in the State of the Union address, investing $20 billion.
I think Pat was asked to stand up, right? I watched that.
Yeah. So $20 billion is what we call the Silicon Heartland, as opposed to Silicon Valley, and obviously a lot of excitement in the Midwest, the state of Ohio. I mean, part of our rationale for that was all the great universities in that part of the country, and the ability to draw the kind of technical talent that we need in this country, and grow it sort of toward the East Coast. And then we've announced a significant investment in Europe with a major fabrication facility in Germany, but also additional research funds that will be supporting research labs in France, activities in Italy, Ireland expansion, as I mentioned, and investment in high performance computing at various high performance computing centers. So big investment in Europe, just the fab happens to be in Germany. So I think, with the automotive industry going completely high tech, right? Our cars being, autonomous or fully autonomous, right? Great vision technology, Mobileye, a technology from that Intel acquired and owns today. And so these technologies are really changing the way we commute, the way we interact, the way we travel. And so having that supply chain more distributed, more reliable, and more capacity, because the demand and the growth is just exceeding supply, and that's driving up costs. Yeah, no, indeed. It sounds like a good way. I mean, I think everyone was surprised. The dependency we all have on chips. It's one of those things you take for granted until all of a sudden you run into something of crisis like this. You've always been an extraordinarily innovative person applying technology to drive innovation, and the vast majority of the participants today are entrepreneurs and want to know how they can drive it to the next level. Can you tell us about what you're thinking in terms of innovation, and what is Intel thinking in terms of how to drive innovation at scale? Yeah, I mean, we could talk for a couple hours on that topic easily, Don, but let me just sort of maybe frame it up. I mean, clearly the insatiable demand for compute is driving a new set of architectures. In particular, we've all, hear a lot about, accelerators, graphics. We heard about the metaverse. So as media and information gets widely distributed, it's putting lots of pressure on everything from the communications technology to the cloud technology, the enterprise technology, consumer endpoint technology. So, the demand for speed, the demand for more and more, memory, RAM in your computers, is just driving a massive amount of investment and growth in technology. And of course, what controls all this is software. So I was brought to Intel by Pat, who I've known for over 15 years now. I worked for him as the CTO at VMware, a software company. And at Intel, we have over 19,000 softwares. People tend to think it was a hardware company. And I like to say, hardware is great. I've been doing hardware software my whole career, but hardware without the software is kind of like not very interesting. And so I like to say software is the soul of the machine. And if you get the hardware and the software working well together, the whole thing sings. So I think what's really going on now is, like with AI ML, things we're doing today, we could not have done even 10 years ago, right? The cost of storage is so cheap per byte that you can have petabytes of data that you do do deep learning on, and then generate models that do machine inferencing. And you can then deploy those models from the edge out to the data center to your client device to save power, right? To find malware on your device. So what's happening is we're able to solve problems that have been longstanding problems in the industry because of the growth of the compute capacity and how the software and the hardware come together to work some real magic, right? To do things. And we see it every day, and it's happening more and more. So what's driving the demand in the chip industry is really the need for more and more compute acceleration. That's where we're getting to higher transistor density, so we can put more functionality in there while managing the power, because we don't want to break the climate budget. We want to be sustainable. And so all that's coming together. So I think we're at a great time as an entrepreneur, that this massive convergence of what we can do in software, what we can do in hardware, what we can do in terms of power, clean power, is giving humans the ability to create and do things we've never imagined before. Well, you brought it up, and I wanted to make sure we got to this, because climate is so important across the range. The whole ESG agenda is critical for our future. What are you thinking about climate, and what can we do to use technology to help solve some of these issues? That in itself is a really big issue. We just announced, in fact, last week, our 2040 agenda, right, with regard to factories. We use a lot of chemicals. We actually reclaim, like in our Arizona factory, we take water, from the utility, and we actually put it back cleaner than what it was when we got it, and we recycle it as our water. Wow. Yes, we do. That's been in the press, about our expansion of our Chandler, Arizona fab. So we view ourselves as good steward, but we also want to make sure that the chemicals we use to manufacture the chips, the wafers, that we're keeping those out of the environment, not polluting the environment, making sure if they're gassing, that we capture that gas and neutralize the gas. So just from a manufacturing perspective, the energy that we use and the technology that we use to create the chips that we do, want to make sure that those are clean. I think the biggest opportunity is in software. And people say, well, wait a minute, what about, we're all solving the power consumption and clean air and things like that. But, I just know from being in the software industry for a long time, a lot of our software actually runs very inefficiently and consumes a lot more CPU and power, therefore, for that CPU than is necessary. So we just acquired a company in Israel called Granulate, and it was a very innovative startup company. And it actually, what it does is it dynamically optimizes the software when you're executing it inside the CPU. So it sits inside the Linux kernel, and it examines the instructions that are being executed. And if it sees it doing so inefficiently, we replace it on the fly with more efficient instructions, but we don't break the functionality or change the behavior of the application. So this is just
That's
the kind of
incredible. What we used to do for our hard drives, the defracts.
Just always looking for ways to optimize and make things more efficient. And it's very time expensive and consuming to go have a bunch of developers change all the source code. And we know more about what the processor efficiency curve looks like because we monitor all that at runtime for workloads in the cloud or in the data center. And even on your client device, we can then optimize for power, we can optimize for execution efficiency, and if you want to, we can optimize for performance.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, I want to bring up the word ethics, and almost as a word association, how important is the topic of ethics to you? And what do you think of when you say the word tech for good?
Well, I mean, I think you've known me a long time, and I think I've always practiced strong ethics in everything I do professionally and personally. I was recently reading or listening to the audiobook of Walter Isaacson's book on Ben Franklin. He listed 13 virtues. And I went back and read, I think I've practiced all those virtues for most of my life. Maybe I erred a little bit when I was in college on some things like temperance. But I think all of us as professionals in the technology industry have a O society and O ourselves and O our employees and our friends and family members that we practice tech for good. And you can define that in lots of ways. Let's just take responsible AI, right? We want to make sure that, AI is very powerful technology, but there's been lots of studies showing about sort of how recognition can have bias or failures in it in terms of recognizing people. It has to be used purposefully and for good. And so I think, and the biggest challenge I see in a lot of AI models is the data quality. And from your years in banking, data quality is essential, right, to running managing finance properly. And so I think, we as an industry are producing, zettabytes of data now, right? There was a society we're producing zettabytes of data, and having good data quality, having good deep learning models that train on that data to basically factor out unconscious bias or conscious bias, and then deploying technology, particularly facial recognition technology, for good. And I think sometimes, there is great research and there is great technology, but sometimes it gets used in a way that wasn't well thought out. So it's nothing wrong with the technology per se. It's the application of the technology in certain use cases, particularly around, if it violates people's personal privacy, et cetera, or makes a bad decision, and that has a life-affecting issue, particularly, let's say, in the medical field with more telemedicine going on and more use of AI to do predictive medicine. We really have to think carefully about how the ethics play out in that environment. So at Intel, I have a responsible AI team that works in Intel labs, the research labs of the company. And we're always pushing, trying to push the envelope and participating in what I call human-centered AI, which is to make sure that we always take into effect the human and the social conditions around how technology is being used.
That's terrific. Human-centered AI. So you talked about all of the over 19,000 software engineers. This is about transformation of the way people think. How do you make sure that it's forefront in the way that they're thinking about the mandate that's in front of each of them?
I think, again, in the company, we have to have our own policies, our own governance, and independent oversight for that. So I think by working a lot with universities, Intel Labs sponsors lots of research around the world with different universities. You bring a set of multidisciplinary, diverse perspectives to that. So you have to have a strong policy of diversity and inclusion to make sure you're getting lots of insight from different perspectives about how we take technology to market to produce the most social good. There are always going to be mistakes, and there's always going to be misinterpretations. Sometimes people have agendas, so we got to just make sure that we always are very transparent in everything we're doing.
And I know in catching up with you recently, you're back into flying, and you're going all over the world. I mentioned you're off to Israel. Are you meeting with your teams, and is that part of your role of making sure you're setting that forward and that people hear it directly from you? Is that what keeps you moving around the world at the speed you do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're all starting to travel more, for professionally and personally for pleasure, since we've been cooped up for a little over 2 years. But I think I always feel like it's important, particularly as the CTO of the company, to let people hear me, see me, talk to me, ask questions in open forums, which I run on a regular basis, and I give talks and interviews like this one publicly and sometimes internally for our own internal conferences. And so I think part of setting the tone of the culture of the company, the new culture of the company of Intel, and where Pat and the rest of the leadership team is taking us. I don't feel myself as somehow aloof or distance from people. I learned so much through all my conversations with people, and I patterned after you when we worked together at Citigroup, because you were the engaging personality, and I'm much more of an introvert, so I had to work harder at my social interactions and my social speaking skills. And but I found what the most important thing is listening, because when I hear things that come from the troops, if you will, the people that are doing the work day to day, I always gain some insight into how I can make the company better or how I can improve something.
That's great to hear. Now, you mentioned that you're back into flying. But I know we're almost out of time, but what's your key takeaway from what this pandemic has taught us? I think it was McKinsey that used a stat of something like it has moved us forward digitally 10 years in a forward leap. What's your take on how's the world going to be different? What do we learn from this?
I think we all learned to value our personal relationships more. And I think that's the big takeaway. Unfortunately, I have friends who lost parents during COVID from COVID infection, unfortunately. And I think we all know somebody who's been affected, And I think the other thing is we've learned to slow down. Silicon Valley's always operating at the next new thing, the new thing. And I think time for reflection. And my dogs know me a lot better now.
That is, I thought you were going to give us a technical answer, and here you are giving us wisdom that we all need to slow down. I've taken away so much, Greg, today. Slow down and listen. And I think behind all of that is this backdrop of innovation and the power of change for good via tech. So I really appreciate you. Any last comment you want to make from your end?
I just ask everybody in the audience is, always take a moment to pause and reflect on what you're doing and how you're going about doing it, and look for more ways to be efficient, and but also maintain the ethical stance that we so much need in the world, and go back and read Ben Franklin's 13 Virtues.
That's a great takeaway. I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. I'm so proud to be able to call you a friend, and thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Don. Enjoyed being here.
Hi, my name is Lalit Gajre. I'm a track chair. That was a wonderful fireside chat by Greg Lavender of Intel, touching on very relevant topics such as supply chain and impact of COVID, as well as Intel's drive to invest in education, semiconductor manufacturing facilities globally, climate budgets, AI, ML ethics, reducing impact on environment. Amazing. Also, great job by Don in moderating the session. So our next panel will focus on future of AI in the age of metaverse, privacy, and Web3. We have some amazing speakers. Rich Lotlikar, who's the co-founder and CEO of Superworld, Sandy Carter, SVP and Channel Chief of Unstoppable Domains, and Richard Socher, CEO of U.com. The session will be moderated by Ganesh Padmanabhan, who is the CEO of Autonomize AI. Ganesh, please take over.
Thank you, Lalit. And I think I'm live now, right? There you go. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Richard, Rich, Sandy, great to have you guys on the panel. Crypto, Web3, NFTs, the metaverse has been dominating headlines for the past year, right? And AI is also maturing to a point where the focus has moved from just pure research to more applied AI, driving outcomes. And you can imagine when these two worlds are on a collision track, about to unleash new and emerging opportunities for organizations, innovators, and entrepreneurs everywhere, right? So I'm so excited about this panel because we're going to explore in the next 25 minutes the future of AI, but also make it relevant in these emerging contexts of Web3, crypto, and the metaverse. So let me start with you, Sandy, and I want to go around the panelists. What is the future of AI, according to you?
Well, I think the future of AI is going to be very powerful, both in Web 2 and in Web 3. When I think about what's happening today, I see DAOs, distributed autonomous organizations, becoming so important. And most of those DAOs have an AI-driven governance model. So I see AI inserting itself in every form and fashion. I was just in a metaverse panel. So I was actually physically in the metaverse, and we were sitting on the stage with my avatar, not like I am today. And a lot of the questions came in were driven by AI, like what were the top questions that were going to happen in the metaverse? They were actually coaching people. So they were still sitting, so funny, sitting on top of the roof. They were trying to get into the session, couldn't get off the roof. And so they had AI trying to teach them and coach them and how to get off the roof. And so it was really fascinating to me to see how it is already bridging the gap where many Web 2 companies can, already inserting themselves in DAOs, already inserting themselves in the metaverse, being just such a powerful long-term tech play in all of these new spaces.
Thank you, Sandy. Richard, how do you see the future of AI?
I think we're currently in a dual state of AI. On the one hand, we still have a lot of really exciting research going on that try further and further with these models, make them larger in scale. You have extremely large language models that basically can write you a text, and those kinds of texts can make any kind of metaverse more interesting. You have very large models that can generate any kind of image you can dream of out, like maybe a panda on a panel talking about AI, and then it will visualize that panda. Those are already probably getting minted as NFTs in a very scalable way. So I think we're going to see and continue to see a lot of innovation in AI. At the same time, AI has made so much progress. There's sort of the second state is a little bit like electricity in that we figured out how it works. Now we just need to apply it to many different industries. And we'll also, with all of that AI capability, lower the bar for companies to catch up to certain AI capabilities that other companies have worked on for many, many years. So for instance, .com, my search engine company, we've been able to build the best search engine for developers and a generally incredibly accurate engine for so many different use cases that would have taken us years without these modern AI technologies to build, but we're able to do it in a very short amount of time and make users very happy. And so this is just one of many verticals. You'll see this in driving assist features. You'll see it in medicine and healthcare in a lot of places where you can now do care because in AI, you count your red and red blood cells at home or on in the cloud after you send the sample in. You will see this in manufacturing, in warehouse logistics. There are a lot of jobs people just don't want to do anymore. They're having a very hard time hiring. So you'll see AI being applied in a lot of warehouses to basically package up things, move things around. Those warehouses may eventually just go dark because they don't need the vision anymore. They can automate more and more in the dark too. But even scenarios where people work together with an AI, we'll see more and more AI helping functions to make the existing jobs and people more efficient in their jobs.
Oh, it's awesome. I think, I totally agree with that theme of actually now the bar is fairly lowered. There's still a lot of innovation left, but really opens up a Cambrian explosion in what you can do with AI. So that's amazing. Rish, you're trying to bridge and build the metaverse, if you will, with digital real estate to begin with. It's Superworld, right? How do you AI evolving in the future?
Yeah, so
one, I really agree with both of the speakers' points. I think that what we're going to see as a very impactful use case of AI, providing us with an understanding of our context of, locationally on Earth, where we are, what we want to do, how can we better create, whether it's content or, how can we create products, how can we discover what's out there in the around us, whether it's businesses that we're interested in or people that we want to engage with. How can we all, again, build livelihoods and engage with those around us that, again, want to, buy from us, that we should be selling to the point Sandy made about DAOs. How can we come together in more efficient ways to accomplish and activate things that we're passionate about in our real life. And so I think, again, I think Richard as well had some very awesome specific kind of use cases there. I'd say kind of, in summary, I think that AI is going to really enable us to build a world. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing at Superworld, is enabling anyone to build a virtual world on top of the real world, but really encapsulates all of the things I mentioned, which is creation, discovery, monetization, being able to kind of come together in a way that's a lot more contextualized, so we understand how that can be optimized, how we can, do more with less, how can we be more efficient in our lives, how can we do things that we love to do, because a lot of those other things are going to be taken over by AI. Those menial things or more simple things that, hopefully can be accomplished more programmatically.
Yeah, have your own job to, do all the things you don't want to do, and then let focus on the things you love doing and gets you excited. But discovering and building new words starts with, searching and discovery. And Richard, I want to go to you and ask you about you.com. Why does the world need another search engine? What is different now? Why is Google not enough?
Yeah, I think there are many different answers to that question. One is that privacy is getting undermined more and more, and the value that Google has delivered has kind of flatlined and kind of a logarithmic function, but the value of the data that everyone's giving Google has continued to increase. At the same time, the search is getting actually worse. A lot of people feel the need to, if they want to see what actual people say about something that you're interested in, that you have to add Reddit to Google, and that's the only way to make it still workable, to get something that isn't just an ad, that isn't just SEO microsites that are trying to forward you to an Amazon 24-hour cookie from Google in some cheap way. So the main relevance is a big one. Advertisements are overtaking more and more of the entire search page. Google trying to squeeze out more and more of the existing user base. At the same time, the entire economy is moving online. You have a single gatekeeper that tells you to read, what to write, what to see, what to buy, and you have no control over their AI. You have no agency and control over what you see. And then on top of that, you add the engagement economy on top of the information age that we're in, where Google's trying to get you into these engagement loops on YouTube and other places. And 60% of all Google searches are now 0 clicks, meaning they don't leave the Google ecosystem anymore. It's not that forwarding company that it was 20 years ago. And when you combine all of that, it's a picture for the internet. Every company that wants to exist on that first page of the internet needs to pay a massive tax to Google. And that is ultimately unfair. We see just a lot of monopolistic kind of behavior. And fortunately, antitrust has now seen enough and is starting to how to make this situation better for the users. And we basically have tackled all of the issues I just brought up. We have better privacy at you.com. We have summarization features that just get you to the information that you want really quickly and then let you actually make that decision. So for instance, if you're a coder, we have code snippets right there. You just copy and paste them and quickly get back to coding. If you're shopping, you want to find something, the pros and cons from trusted sources rather than a bunch of microsites with some weird blah blah that try to forward you to an Amazon 24-hour cookie somehow. We give you the choice. You can say, oh, I want to see more Reddit. I want to see less Twitter, or vice versa. You can say, I want to see, thumbs up on the Reddit app, the search app, in the way we're thinking about this, search as an app platform, and then you'll see more Reddit results. You don't have to type that in every time, and so on. The list goes on. There are just a ton of innovations. Someone just tweeted yesterday, actually, u.com is the real area 120, which is where Google is supposed to innovate on search, but it really has a couple of years. So yeah, a lot of user excitement. I'm really so happy to see that the hard work of the team is paying off.
Oh, that's awesome, Richard. And there's a few things that you mentioned which are like very fascinating and got me excited. Like why I believe there's that the collision of the worlds of Web3 and crypto in general, because talent is universal. In a community, intelligence is in the community, right? It's not behold to one, an elite group of people, elite group of organizations to go do it. And this is truly what you're doing with u.com and search. Is democratizing that access, make it more relevant, make it more easy. But the broader economy, broader move towards Web3 based stacks and NFTs and the metaverse is just enabling that kind of a engagement ecosystem, but also a monetization ecosystem for everybody, right? So,
quick side note on that. You can go to u.com, you.com, and actually look for DAO jobs or Web3 jobs, and there's special apps that help you find interesting new jobs in that space.
That is awesome. And when I think of the trend from AI to the metaverse and Web3, I always think of Sandy, right? And Sandy had, she's really innovated multiple areas, including AI, during her time at IBM and AWS. And now she took this really deep dive into Web3, crypto, the metaverse, NFTs and stuff. So what did you see, Sandy? And I always ask you this question. I asked you this in my podcast as well. It's like, what do you see in this world? And how does this change what we build with AI today, right? What is this new world?
Yeah, I'm so excited about the new world, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have left Amazon and come over here. But one of the things that I find interesting is how much my two worlds work together. So for example, with the metaverse, I used to do a lot with IoT and AR and VR, Internet of Things, or augmented reality, virtual reality. And they're all now coming alive in the metaverse, as is AI. And so if I look at probably the three most common overlaps of my old world with AI and my new world with Web3 and the metaverse, I see three. So one is blockchain. So if you know about the blockchain, or if you don't, the blockchain is really the foundation or the backbone of both Web3 and the metaverse. It is trusted, it is private, and it's a very secure value exchange. And so what I see happening today, though, is that there are more intelligent blockchains. So the use of building blocks embedded with artificial intelligence. So for instance, you can think of a blockchain runtime that uses machine learning prediction for transactions to enable maybe a multiple or massive scalable protocol. I also see an interaction with dApps. So dApps are decentralized application. And I think that they're going to be probably one of the most likely areas to use machine learning and artificial intelligence. So as I see what's happening, I look for how can some of this behavior based on mood or of the audience or profile of the new user be adapted. We're seeing that intelligent dApp come to play where machine learning is really being embedded there. And then the final one is, everything today is driven by a smart contract. And a lot of our contracts aren't too smart, which we saw recently this weekend when the other side did their big announcement and their smart contract wasn't quite so smart. But we do see these intelligent protocols also coming around where they're embedding elements of machine learning to truly make that smart contract super smart. So those would be kind of the three areas that I see: intelligent smart contracts, intelligent blockchains, and intelligent dApps is where I see some of that overlap between the Web3 use of machine learning and AI and the Web2 use of it as well.
That's fascinating, Sandy. And I think, one of the things that always fascinates me when you think about it's less about, the new world versus old world, even though the Twitterverse like to actually call that out. It's all an evolution at the end of the day. And one of the things that really fascinate me when I think about this, the metaverse, all the, Facebook and Zuckerberg did a really good job of, making it a very meta conversation that everybody's talking about it, right? But I think what is really happening is people are spending more time online than they do offline. And that, definitely COVID-19 was a big accelerator, but then the amount of time you spend where you actually live your life, where you interact with people, communicate with people, is now becoming more and more virtual, right? I mean, like this conference, for example, right? So when I think of that, I think of like Rish and Superworld, right? Wherein you're trying to build a digital real estate world, but I think there is also, which you call it like a gateway to the metaverse, right? And I'm curious on how does, isn't it true that we have to expect both of these worlds to coexist? Or how are we going to manage this transition? Or rather, is it going to be a bridged world experience between the physical world and the real world, right? And of course, AI has a big role to play there. Explore that for me a little bit, Rish.
Yeah, and I really like the points that you brought up about what's happening in terms of the announcements of Facebook, kind of going all in on Meta, and again what we're seeing in Web3 in general, and even just Web2, kind of obviously going in this direction with virtual worlds, gaming, whether it's a Zoom call like this or a web conference, we've all, to this realization that we are going to be more virtual, and we like it in some ways that we don't want it. We want to be in person. And so, I think there's a few kind of observations here. I think number one is if we all have the conclusion that regardless of our specific experience or circumstance, we have the conclusion that we are going to be more virtual. And I think we all easily, 100% of us know that, and we're experiencing it already. I think Web3 really kind of brings this to a very interesting point now, because we can now own and have more control over those experiences that we are now participating in virtually. Can we own assets? Can we own, virtual real estate? In our case with Superworld, we're built on top of the real world. So the places that you're buying are places that you are even right now. They're all around you. There's no bridging anywhere. You're already there. And so I think the real world utility aspect of that, the real world context aspect of that is a very important one, because, not all people want to go into a gaming environment. Not everyone wants to create an avatar and go dress that avatar and go to a conference as an avatar. And if you do, that's great. And, there are, a lot of us want to do that. But I think a lot of things are going to happen in your real life. In going to a sports game, or going to a conference or a festival, or spending time with your family. And how do you bring, some of these technologies into that part of your life, into, seeing content around you in AR, VR, being able to own those places that have this virtual element. And so, I think to your question, there are very important bridges there where you can do something in real world and get that virtual feedback or benefit, and or get something or buy something like an NFT virtually and get that, physical world benefit or interaction. And those bridges are what we're focused on at Superworld is, again, as you said, aptly creating a gateway. So anyone, regardless of, what their intention is, whether to go full on avatar or to live their life in the real world, our focus is real world utility. And I think that is going to be the main kind of bridge there, where can I get utility by getting some virtuality into this mix, or can I get more utility of doing something in the physical world? And I think we all make those decisions on a basis, and I think that's going to be the core of how that bridge occurs.
Oh, that is fascinating. I the way I think of it, right? Like, we're the intersection of AI in this world too, right? Imagine, like, nobody likes searching, but everybody, partially because, as Richard said, Google has made it so. But let's say that, like, keep that aside. But I like the synthesis. I like to learn, but maybe in a world where I can optimize my physical presence, because that's going to give me more, psychological utility, having better experiences. And then I can have AI do my digital avatar, have Richard and you.com give me synthesized search results rather than me having to spend and do keys on keyboard, fingers on keyboard for a long time. So I can see the world coming together wherein you have this, online, offline state, but then your primary, I wouldn't call it primary, but your primary automation engine is an AI that knows you, understands you, and is actually your digital avatar or extension. And then your physical world, you get the choice of actually doing things that, really make us human at the end of the day, right? So I want to switch this conversation into, there's a lot of our audience are entrepreneurs, startups, innovators in their fields, right? Richard, you were recently interviewed by the A16Z, the future, or I think it was an article on building startups in AI, right? How has building in AI, you kind of briefly touched upon it early on, but what's in store for building an AI company right now or in the future?
Yeah, I think one interesting observation is that most companies at this point realize they need AI. If you're reasonably sized at all, you want to build AI systems, but you also it turns out really, really hard to build a very strong AI system. So what most companies want to do is basically offload the various different hard aspects of AI. So one recent phenomenon we've seen in the AI world, that I also am a founding partner at the AIX Ventures, a venture fund I started, where we see a lot of those kinds of deals now, is in the ML tooling space. So making it easier for others to actually build AI. So there are companies that help you label the data, that help you understand if there's bias in your data. There are companies that help you run your experiments and your hyperparameter searches to find the most efficient algorithm and its configuration quickly. There are companies that help you scale to many different clouds and letting you run those classifiers in very efficient ways. There are companies that help you analyze as you're running it. Do you have distribution shift? Are things changing over time? As you've trained your algorithm once, it turns out you probably have to update it many times. Keep automating that process and not miss. So for instance, if you're automating service emails and responses in a chatbot, maybe there's a new product line or a new feature, a new bug that came up, and the system has to be trained on that like a dozen times, and then for the next 1,000 times it can automate that answer. So you see all of these different ML tooling companies start and really have a lot of impact and great growth already. On the other side, you see that it's easier to build fully vertical AI companies that take a particular issue or industry and build complete solutions. And because of the tooling, they've also lowered the bar. So if anything, AI has become more accessible to more organizations. And we'll see that, I think, even with these very large language models, those are becoming more and more accessible as well. So it's, I think, a really exciting time. Just like the printing press lowered the complexity, and you didn't have to manually kind of copy books anymore. And sure, some people who spend most copying books may have lost their jobs. There are so many more jobs now in books than there were ever before the printing press. And we will continue seeing that. And it's just an exciting time, including for things that, like creativity, that people wouldn't have thought AI would have as much impact on in the early days.
No, that's pretty awesome, and I love that. It lowered the barrier for entry for people. Now, technology is a building block, a tool that you can use to innovate faster, rather than having to, I'm sure you're a researcher. The first model you probably built, you had to optimize the infrastructure and environment before you can run that model, right? So it's fascinating times. Sandy and Rish, closing thoughts on that same topic of saying, what is your advice to entrepreneurs today building, and especially like in the age of the metaverse and Web3? Sandy, let me start with you.
Yeah, so I love startups. I've been a startup founder. I'm now at a startup as well. You can see, let's see, can I point? Yeah, this way. We just became one of Forbes' most or best startups for employment. And I think we're number 6 on the list. So pretty happy about that. So for a startup out there, I look at a couple of trends. One of the things I always look at to see, is something really going to make it? I look at the builders, right? I want to see, where are the builders going? 60% increase in developers moved to Web3 in the last 6 months. 60% increase. That's huge. That for me is a sign that there's something really amazing going on. I would say if I was an entrepreneur, I would start looking at the Web3 space and the metaverse space. And why? Well, you're always looking for that great product market fit. You're always looking for what you can do. There are so many gaps. I love to say that we're in the dial-up phases of Web3. I don't even know if anybody on the phone remembers a modem. Do you guys know what modems are? Harish, do you know what a modem is? I don't know. They might be too young to know what a modem is, but we're in that dial-up phase for Web3, which means we're just super early. There is scalability, usability, standards. I mean, there's so many opportunities out there for startups. So I would say, make sure you start looking at all the gaps that exist, because there are a lot of them, and see where you can in the spaces. And then my final message, and I always like this one, is I was shocked when I came over to Web3 to see the lack of diversity. My first conference, I felt like I was going to a frat party, to be honest with you. It was all guys, and I felt like I was like the only woman. And I know in Web 2, there's only like 25% women, but I was even looking for that 25%. I did the research and I found that only 8% of the population in Web 3 and the metaverse today are women and diverse groups. And that has to change. That cannot stay that way. We are in that early phase. We need innovation and we need new ideas, and we need it to be inclusive. And it will not be that if it stays that way. So if you are a woman or a diverse founder, jump in now, call me, tweet me, LinkedIn me, whatever. I want to help you get started in the space, because I feel we are so early that must be fixed as soon as possible.
Awesome. That is great advice. Rich, over to you.
I think, again, really just reinforcing everything Sandy said. I think it's great, really awesome points, especially the diversity aspects of that. I think it's really understanding, what are you passionate about? What problems do you want to solve? What problems do you face in your real life? There are a lot of opportunities out there in Web3 that, again, enable all of us to be able to make an impact in the AI space and utilize AI to solve those problems. And again, it's across every niche. So really, it's again, take that first step. It's not too late. It's at the very, 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 very early. Big time, and not to be afraid of jumping in, because it is a rabbit hole and it's a lot of fun. And if you find something you're really passionate about solving, I think that what drives you to kind of learn what you need to learn. And again, everyone's here to help. Again, at Superworld, we want to support anyone who's wanting to build and create worlds around them. So I'd love to interact with anyone who's interested in our mission to build a better world.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Rish. Thanks for that piece of advice. Unfortunately, we run out of time. I had 5 more questions for all of you, but we don't have time. Richard, Rish, and Sandy, thank you so much for taking the time. To the audience, do check out u.com, superworld.com, and unstoppabledomains.com. Reach out to the panelists on Twitter or LinkedIn. And my advice to all those out there trying to build is build shit people want, and then use these as building blocks that you can actually harness towards getting to that point, right? Thank you so much, Minnie and the TiE team. Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, TiE team. Awesome job on the metaverse. Like, I love it. So thank you and congrats.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Ganesh, for leading such a powerful panel. Giving the audience peek view of what the future holds with the advent of metaverse, crypto, Web3. Oh my God, what an incredible panel was this. I'll continue on this. And I know we could lead the entire day. Rish, Sandy, really kudos to you. You guys were amazing. Your insights were very, very valuable. And I'm sure people will follow you guys on Twitter and other social media. So moving on, as technology people, we forget that everything we do is designed to serve human needs. Here to discuss human-centered AI solutions, we have Beirut Sheikh, CEO of Gupshup, a conversational AI unicorn, who's a prior founder of Upwork, which I guess most of us use at some point of our life. Sriram Tyagarajan, who's an executive vice president, technology officer at Ancestry. One of my favorite apps, who is super focused on best customer experience powered by technology. And the panel is moderated by Sriram Subramaniam, who's a research director with IDC AI and Automation Software Research Group, and who's been covering AI ML lifecycle management. Fun fact about Sriram, he's very passionate about yoga, meditation, and healthier lifestyle. So guys, you're gonna have fun. Over to you, Sriram.
Thank you, Minnie. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. So let me start with questions right away. Panelists, please take turns or whichever order you would like to go ahead. Let me start with the first. What are the business cases are you currently using AI/ML technologies for?
You're muted, Beirut.
Sorry. Just to set some quick context, Gupshup is a conversational AI platform that is businesses better engage their customers leveraging conversational AI. That means any consumer can chat with the business just as easily as chatting with a friend, right? It's kind of like talking to Alexa, either through text or voice. So we use AI technologies for a variety of things. Certainly, NLP and natural language understanding type technologies to understand the natural language queries submitted by the users and then to take the appropriate response. This also applies to voice technology, speech recognition, and also text to speech. And then it's not just understanding a single query, but dialogue management, maintaining context, and really understanding a multi-turn conversation. And then lastly, we also do some on-device message classification and visualization, right? So in all of these things, we need to use AI/ML technologies.
And, my name is Sriram Tyagarajan, the other Sriram on the panel. I work for Ancestry, and to give a little bit of background about our business, we're the leader in providing family history and consumer genomic solutions. If you come to our app or our site, you'll be able to build a family tree to understand better about your ancestral heritage and get an even better understanding about your own self and get a sense of belonging based on your ancestral heritage. So to give you a sense, we maintain about 13.5 billion ancestral profiles. These are all the people that have lived on Mother Earth before our time. And you'll be able to connect based on your lineage to your heritage based on the records that we collected from a about people and records. And we obviously see the NLP in the digitization process of these records that we've gathered over a period of time and provide those records as insights so that you can attach as you build your family tree on our platform. And likewise, we're the largest DNA network in consumer genomics, and the insights that we can, get about your city, where you
you came from, the migration patterns of your DNA from years and years ago. So our use case of AI is really embedded in our product development process.
Thank you, panelists. Very interesting use cases. I can see a lot of details behind it and the types of models you'll be like playing with or employing. And Sriram, personally, I would like to see what would be the most common ancestor, given that our names are same, but nevertheless. I also see that, more of there's a different level of abstractions you probably might be using when you're having AML technologies. I would like to understand your top 3 challenges with your overall AI adoption. Either one, go first, please. And I would like to understand more on what were the top 3 challenges in your journey of adopting AML.
Yeah, I can, start. One of the big challenges is making sure that you have a data infrastructure and platform that you can unleash the power of data through, feeding your AI ML models with enough training data, with labeled data for our CV NLP efforts, and also ensuring that there is diversity of data in what we collect. So you're able to provide insights that are not just, near and narrow focus, but, has a broad spectrum of things that we have analyzed before we, surface them to our users. So I would say, the biggest thing that we have found is to make sure that our data platforms are all, scalable. And of course, talent is the other, challenge from making sure that we get diverse talent, we get the specialists that are great at working on AI and ML models. And I'll let Beirut chime in.
Yeah, I think, challenges are similar. And especially in our case, getting data can be particularly hard because it's a new sort of domain, right? So for example, we can use customer support, historical chat, but the way humans interact with other humans can be a little different, and then they might interact in a conversation with a conversational chatbot. Right. So we're developing innovative methods for crowdsourcing and so on. Right. Then, of course, sort of maintaining the AI tool bench is critical. And you can, of course, there's a lot of off-the-shelf tools, but, some of them we have to develop proprietary as well. Talent, of course, is an issue, too. Right. So those are some of the challenges that we face. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Beirut on the tool sets as well, especially when you want to provide recommendations near real time, ability to train your model, deploy the model real time, which again hinges on data infrastructure that you may have in your company. So these are certainly similar challenges.
Thank you. So a lack of quality data, a lack of expertise, and lack of kind of consistent or easy to use kind of tooling. Perfect. These are all aligned with what some of the data points that we see internally from our customers. I'm also curious cost part. Like, is cost one of your challenges as well? Cost of implementations, or it was not a big deal for you both?
No, I don't think. The good thing is, or rather, AI ML technologies are really becoming table stakes. Right. This is what customers expect. Customers are willing to pay for it as well. Right. And of course, you have to invest ahead of the curve. So I think these are now table stakes. It's not a choice about cost or ROI. The challenge really is being cost effective, perhaps. The challenge with AI ML technologies is it's a very open-ended domain where the rabbit hole goes pretty deep. Right. So there's always the risk of creating technology for its own sake. And I think it's important to calibrate it with some go to market, the product market fit, or the customer that's willing to pay revenues for it, right? So the commercialization of AI is very tricky and challenging, and you just have to be a little careful with that, with the sort of cost effectiveness.
Yeah, I would agree with Beirut on that, right? So we look at it as value maximization for our product as well as for our customers, and to the extent that we can provide solutions leveraging the AI ML framework, but being quite sensitive to cost from the perspective of not building technologies for the sake of building, but making sure that they directly map to what would be useful for our users, right? So we're a human-centered company, and we truly believe when our customers get those insights from our family tree, if you've used our app, the leaf will shake. We call it the shaky leaf. When we're able to provide some hints about your ancestors, here's what we found about your ancestors' time when they were drafted in the military or when they crossed the border, etc. So if our technologies don't enable that kind of aha wow moments in terms of customer delight, then we don't even bother looking at them.
Thank you, Sriram. You kind of stole my or answered my next question that I had in my mind. So how are you leveraging these AI technologies for human-centric use cases? You talked a little bit already, but if you want to add on more, please go ahead, or let Peter answer that as well. Curious about.
Yeah, I mean, I think I answered that. Mostly. For us, it's from our application, from our product perspective, we are about impacting human lives by helping our customers go through their journeys of personal discovery, find out about their ancestral heritage, and our product, the features that align to that mission are powered by AI. So in our use cases I described in the beginning, if the AI solutions or ML solutions don't support that, we don't look at it. But thankfully, we're able to find ways where now we can iterate faster on our features by leveraging machine learning models to automate discoveries and insights to our customers.
Yeah, I think the space that we're working on, designing or building these conversational experiences, they're basically the ultimate form of human-centered user interface, right? What I mean by that is, if you think about past kinds of user interfaces, whether it's a desktop app or a website or mobile apps, they force humans to behave like computers. You click on a screen or a button or a tab and something happens. But when you get to, conversational experiences are a paradigm shift that forces computers to behave like humans, right? They basically, computers or software engages in regular chat conversation like you and I are doing right now, right? And that humans are trained to have conversations since we were toddlers, right? Since we learned to speak, literally the first thing we do. No training required. Everybody understands it. Even if they can't read, they can certainly speak, and so on. So the moment you enable these conversational experiences, it really makes digital services accessible, drives digital inclusion globally, right? Billions of users worldwide. So I think it's the ultimate form of human-centered user interface. Yeah.
Thank you, folks. What would be your advice to the entrepreneurs, the budding entrepreneurs planning to adopt AML technologies?
I think I would say, really, firstly, the space is evolving very, very quickly. So it's really important to stay updated with new developments, especially in academic research and even in industry. I would say start small and incremental, right? And I think keep the customer need in mind and work backwards. Like I mentioned earlier, with AI, there's the risk for getting enamored of the technology and losing sight of the market opportunity, the customer need, or the revenue, driving activity. And I think really just keeping that in mind and constantly recalibrating is super important. But there's no question that they have to get started. It's a critical need. User expectations are evolving and changing. Being able to drive rich, intelligent, personalized experiences in our space. So I think that the time is now.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think Biru covered it pretty eloquently. For entrepreneurs to be able to define the use case where they can really solve the problem on a particular domain using AI ML, and not necessarily, of course, there are companies that build technologies to enhance ML or AI, which is fine. But if you want to leverage AI and ML in your product offerings, I think the important thing is to identify the use case where you can see benefits, orders of magnitude, higher than existing technologies, right? At every technology transition, it's about understanding the potential that it has eventually in the longer term, but at the same time, it also mandates us to keep up with it as it evolves, and as Birut mentioned, as it evolves rapidly on a day-to-day basis. So the important thing for entrepreneurs is to keep that in mind and focus on a problem set in a specific domain and not become all things to all people right away.
Thank you. Kind of put business use cases for put business first rather than chasing away the latest in the technology. Perfect sense. We have a few more minutes. I'd like to ask one last question on what is your ML development stack? Let's talk a little bit more about the types of models you use, what kind of platforms your deployment locations, stuff like that. How whatever you can share. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I can start. In our case, TensorFlow and PyTorch, the standard ML development tool sets is what we use, and we are 100% on public cloud on AWS. So we run on EC2. We use EMR, for Spark, and we are looking at commercial tools for ML model deployment. Again, they're not quite there. So we have sort of our own internal development tools, and we are currently in the process of looking at commercial off-the-shelf tools that'll help us focus on delivering solutions and rely on the infrastructure and tool sets provided by other companies. Other than that, obviously we use deep learning for our CV NLP. And we use both deep learning and reinforce for our on the recommendations side of things. So nothing out of the ordinary that you would find in from other companies. But the important thing for us is to make sure that as I said, a big learning for us in our journey on this AI and ML is to make sure that our data pipelines are robust and our data infrastructure is scalable so that we're able to leverage solutions on top of those. And over to you, Beirut, if you wanted to share anything.
Yeah, exactly. I think, somewhat similar. I think for us, natural language, tools are sort of more important. So Spacey, and then of course, Keras and TensorFlow, Torch, and so on. I mean, those are sort of the core AI stuff. Of course, there's a full-on AI tool bench as well. I think what you realize very quickly is, it's not the modeling, the data modeling and training itself that matters. It's sort of the data is important because it becomes garbage in, garbage out, right? So really, initially engineers get super excited about working with the core AI part, and then very quickly you realize delivering customer results, depends on the rest of it. So I think then we have to take a holistic view of AI development.
Fantastic. Thank you, Birut. Thank you, Sriram. After the host back now. And audience, don't go away. We have a fantastic session next in pipeline on responsible AI. And enjoy the rest of the day and upcoming days. Bye, all.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all the panelists. That was a great overview on human-centered AI solutions, which are important in improving quality of life for the masses. So thanks again. The next fireside chat will focus on responsible AI. We have some amazing speakers in this session. Scott Soldi, who is the Chief Analytics Officer at FICO. Kathy Baxter, who is the Principal Architect at Salesforce. And Kayford Butterfield, Head of AI ML for World Economic Forum. The session will be moderated by our very own Navrina Singh, who is the founder and CEO of Credo AI. Navrina?
Thank you so much, Lalit. And so excited to be here with this great audience talking about a very critical topic, responsible AI. And also before we get started, our apologies, Kay is not able to join the panel. She's recovering from a surgery. So let's send her our best. But with me today, we have an amazing set of individuals who I have a lot of respect for and have been leading the charge in responsible AI in their industries. And we will be
tackling, as I mentioned, we are in this moment in time right now where artificial intelligence has become the fabric of our life. But along with the benefits of this powerful technology, we've started to see the unintended consequences that come with it. And our goal for the panel today is really to dive deeper into what is our responsibility, what is accountability, and what does oversight mean in this new age of AI? But more critically, what can you as leaders within your enterprises do in that space? So with that, we'll get started. Scott and Kathy, thank you so much for being here. Would love to just hear your perspective on what do you mean by responsible AI and how are you seeing that show up in your industries? So Scott, do you want to start?
Absolutely. Pleasure being here, part of the conversation. So responsible AI is something that I think is about the growing up of AI and the maturity of this field. Many of us have been using AI and machine learning for a great many years, myself, probably about 3 decades. It's core to many of the decisions that we make today and many more that we'll make in the future. Responsible AI is actually a recognition that the power that we have throughout to create great value also creates tremendous potential for harm. And so for me, responsible AI is around building a model development governance standard that a corporation needs to follow, which would be focused on ensuring that the AI and machine learning that's developed and deployed and used to make decisions are responsible, that it is explainable and transparent, that it is unbiased and ethical, and most importantly, and usually not well understood, is that it's auditable. And so that there is this sort of, proof of work around what was done and what wasn't done, so that, the seriousness of the decisions that we make are reflected in the seriousness of the development process where we build and use these AI systems.
Scott, Kathy, Scott spoke a lot about auditability, transparency, and all these other components which make up responsible AI. What is your worldview on what is responsible AI and why is it important for enterprises and everyone to think about more deeply now?
Responsible AI is really part of the piece of responsible innovation. It's about the practice. It's about how you go about deciding what should exist in the first place. Should there be a techno solution to this problem that you are trying to solve or this job to be done? And so whether it's responsible creation of technology generally or AI specifically, it really is a focus on what are the steps that you should be taking to ensure that the technology you are creating can be trusted by all of society and is beneficial for all of society. And so Scott touched on many of those elements, ensuring that you are creating the technology and specifically that you are using, for example, training data that is representative of everyone that is being impacted, that you are examining your models for bias and fairness. But more so than that, it really is about taking a step back and doing it in terms of, I believe, value-sensitive design, understanding how is this technology going to be used? You can have training data that's representative of everybody. You can have a model where you've assessed bias and it's accurate for everyone, but that technology could be applied unevenly, unfairly to different communities. And so only by ensuring that you really are thinking about everyone in society from the moment of conception all the way through development and into how it's applied in society, can you say that you have responsible AI?
No, thank you so much, Kathy. I think you've hit on some key words here, which are more than that. So let's unpack it. You spoke about trust. One of the things that we see at Credo, I see my past life building products in artificial intelligence, is we've focused a lot on the unintended consequences and the risk component. And we'll dive a little bit deeper into the regulatory framework and how that is emerging across the world. I think there's a point that you just made around the need for trust and what that can look for organizations. So I would love to hear, maybe we can continue with you, Kathy. Talk to us about, what does that trust really mean across these multiple stakeholders who are involved in not only the building and deployment of these systems, but are the consumers of the system? And then why should we as leaders be paying attention to creating that trust with this technology?
Yeah, we've seen a number of surveys that have come out globally showing a lack of trust in technology companies, AI, and it's not surprising. There are so many headlines out there about AI being used in very harmful ways. And it's extremely rare to come across a company that intended to use their technology or AI in that way to cause that harm. Their intentions were good, but it really doesn't matter what your intentions are if the end outcome causes harm. So it's really not surprising that we've seen a distrust in society among the technology creators or how the technology is implemented. So if we want to have the trust of our consumers, trust of the individuals, the organizations that regulate companies, we need to be able to demonstrate how are we developing the technology responsibly. And again, going back to points that Scott made at the beginning, part of that is transparency. How did you train the model? Where did you get the data? What's the results of your bias assessment? But also auditability and accountability. So being able to know, how did your AI impact different groups of individuals? What you find, quote unquote, in the lab with your bias assessment may not be representative of what happens in the real world. And so having ways to be able to monitor that, and then having mechanisms for redress and remediation. That is also really key. Too often individuals don't know when AI has been used to make a life-altering decision about them, much less have the opportunity to know how can something about it when they've been harmed.
Absolutely. And, I'm curious, Scott, here, if you can give us some concrete examples from financial services that you are seeing, and also sort of bring it back together with the emerging regulations that we are seeing worldwide that not only just impacts, financial institutions, but a broader conversation around ensuring artificial intelligence is in service of humanity. So would love to hear some of the examples and also your view on global regulatory frameworks that are emerging.
Yeah, absolutely. I think financial services is a great area for us to focus on, where they've spent a lot of time thinking about these topics. And one of the hottest topics in financial services is whether to incorporate AI and machine learning. So today, many of the most critical models that are used are actually interpretable models. They are linear in their construction, meaning that they don't have all these complicated kind of imputed potential biases that are oftentimes a machine learning perspective. And so, in the financial services space today, there are very, very active debates about, when and where should machine learning be used for things like risk or credit originations. What is the value of a complex model? And where, let's say we train, we cannot sufficiently explain, right? And so there's very, very deep conversations occurring, right? I have a particular opinion, which is in these spaces of very high impact decisions that impact people's lives, that interpretable machine learning and interpretable models is essential, right? And there are people that view that post hoc explainability is simply not sufficient because many of these methods, including some of the most popular ones you'll hear bantered about, are not efficient and oftentimes not accurate at providing that level of accountability to the consumers so that they can understand the score that they get or the impact that they have from an AI machine learning perspective that they get, or they could see changes in their behavior that changes the score in the right ways. And that really comes from very careful design of that particular system and around the seriousness of it. If we look more broadly, right, we see in the EU, for example, the AI regulations that are focusing on what is a high-risk AI. It's a very interesting debate and conversation. I think it's all in the right spirit of what we need to be looking at. And one of those areas, is things like facial recognition and policing. But another one is risk, right, which many people may not put at the same level of importance, right? But literally, you're making bad decisions or being biased decisions towards consumers around who gets a life-changing loan that impacts their entire life trajectory is a really high impact decision that has to be made. And so what we see is that the regulations outside of the US and increasingly within the United States itself are starting to recognize that we need to have stronger regulation, because there's been, to Kathy's points, too many examples of very credible companies making mistakes, not on purpose, but making mistakes that are very visible. And I see the financial services industry in particular being very aware of this because they've dealt with FCRA from a fair credit reporting perspective for quite some time. And we have very active debates about bias and fairness and all these concepts. But I think the time is now ripe for industries together as groups and to choose best practices to try to define what it means to leverage these technologies in their spaces. The same concept occurs in cybersecurity. They have things like FSI SACs, which are groups of companies in a particular vertical that'll say, this is how we're going to address the cyber concerns. That is where we're headed from a financial services perspective. And if we don't do that, let's say in the financial services areas, right, there won't be progress because there'll be 101 different ways and a lot of debate. And eventually what's going to happen is the high-risk AI classifications will apply to almost everything around us. And I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we do need to make sure the baby doesn't get scalded or drowned in that same bathwater. And that's what responsible AI is. And that's what the responsibility is that we have on this topic.
No, I think, you highlighted the point, which is, the way these regulations are getting framed. We are seeing that the risk issues as well as the opportunities go beyond just the technical measures. There's a huge societal impact that we as individuals, as leaders, need to be accountable for. And then this is where the whole notion and education of multi-stakeholder engagement becomes critical. And Kathy, you and I have discussed this for a long time now, this AI governance chasm that exists between the technical stakeholders and the oversight professionals coming from policy, audit, compliance, and consumers needs to be bridged. So I would love to hear, Kathy, why is this multi-stakeholder perspective important, but more importantly, the audience that's listening to this panel, what can they do today within their enterprises, within their organizations to take action towards more responsible technology?
At Salesforce, we say that everyone's responsibility. Same security. For new hires start, at their companies, there's always these different introductions of here's how you get your laptop, here's how you set up all of the security and your password and your VPN. And even though our company has a large team, it doesn't mean that they are the only ones responsible for security at the company. And so we also have in the new hire onboarding about ethics to inform everyone what their role is. So whether it is as an engineer, product manager, user experience researcher, designer, sales, marketing, everyone has a responsibility. One of those responsibilities is to understand what our acceptable use policy is. What are the red lines that we have drawn in the sand to say you can't use our technology in this way. One of those examples is with facial recognition. You can't use our Einstein vision for face recognition. So we wouldn't want engineers trying to develop technology that would leverage that. We wouldn't want our sales reps to try and sell our product for that purpose. So this really does take everyone in the company, but it's got to go beyond as well. And so understanding the full range of the customers that we support, but also because we're a platform, we're B2B, we also have a responsibility for that next step, our customer's customer. How can we empower our customers to use our technology in a way that is safe and responsible? And so that requires us bringing in underrepresented voices, the individuals that are not likely to be sitting in our conference rooms designing our products. And so having that multi-stakeholder approach, not only everyone in the company, but going beyond and understanding who will this tech we're building impact and how.
Absolutely. Scott, would love to hear, how are you enabling diverse voices as well as accountability at FICO?
Yeah, so at FICO, one of the things that we're very focused on is this very honest conversation about the science of these algorithms. Of being an organization that really drives innovation and has in this space of analytics and analytics that impact customers for a very long time. And so, we are actively as a scientist community focused on what are the types of algorithms that are appropriate from first principles, right? And so the that is that to really engage with our scientific community to make the recommendations, but more importantly, or as importantly, is then to align on a single model development governance process or standard, right? So we will literally outlaw types of models and model architecture, similar to Kathy mentioned, but even down to the algorithmic level, saying that this type of machine learning model is not going to be used in a FICO product because we cannot stand behind it or will not meet the rigor that we expect from an interpretability perspective or a bias perspective. That corporate standard then is something that all the data scientists need to follow. We've actually developed blockchain technologies that actually form the audit chain, right? Where people are committing the requirements, are demonstrating proofs of work as they go through their model developments. The appropriate tests and checks are in there so that we can enforce that governance standard. So one piece of this is to align around, essentially a corporate governance standard that we scientists will operate under, but more importantly, all business owners will understand why we're making these decisions, what are those core philosophies, and how we're going to drive and align and improve that over time. And so we do it primarily today around taking our responsibility in this field tremendously, with tremendous sort of humility and understanding that it's a big impact, but also then aligning around a standard that we enforce within FICO, because we cannot have models come out or decisions be made in a way that would harm us as a company, but more importantly, harm our customers and the consumers that use these scores. And we find that critically important. If you had 101 data scientists and you left them to their own devices, you'd have 101 different ways of building the model, 101 different sets of risks. There's no governance team that would actually, rat all those out, right? And so having one standard and understanding where the tests need to be made really, one, drives a tremendous amount of efficiency, stability, reliability, which are all great things from perspective. But more importantly, it drives reality in terms of a responsible AI practice, not just a set of philosophies, but actually a guidebook, right, and one that's enforced.
Absolutely. It's interesting. It's great to see the work FICO, Salesforce, all of you are doing as AI first, ethics forward companies. And, we can continue on this conversation for hours, given that, all the work in responsible AI that's been happening, especially for the last decade, is finally coming to a place where it needs to be practical, where it needs to be implemented. So just to close out this panel, in the interest of time, I think what I heard from you, Kathy and Scott today, is really making responsible AI actionable absolutely needs one, bridging the gap between what is the intent of use and what's the impact we are thinking about for our stakeholders. Secondly, how critical context is to bring that oversight, and making sure that there is standardization. And then lastly, it's really critical to not only just have the technical voices show up, but really to have these diverse set of stakeholders engage in how these systems are going to not only be developed, but deployed and then continuously monitored so that we are not amplifying the unintended consequences of this technology. So with that, I really appreciate your time, Kathy. I've learned a lot on this panel, and I'm sure a lot of other folks have more questions about responsible AI and our ethical responsibility at this juncture. But thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. So that was a great session on responsible AI. I'm sure most of the audience listening
Type in the world of tomorrow.
Zendesk builds business software for customer engagement. That does not sound very cool, but Zendesk is making it cool by making it better.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Just working.
How's it going to customer service? Actually having a little trouble with the technology here. That looks nice. Downloading your account history now.
Thanks for calling, Mom and Dad.
Hi. Can I just confirm your 16-digit account number, your date of birth, and my maiden name?
You know, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 sec.
That's when I got Zendesk for my customer service.
However customers reach out to you, email, phone, messenger, chat, Zendesk integrates it all. You have what's called an omni-channel solution.
Is it difficult to add chat and message to our Zendesk account?
No.
It's kind of like a secret recipe for offering better integrated customer service more efficiently without compromise. But we just call it Zendesk.
AWS provides every developer and data scientist the broadest and deepest set of machine learning services on the most comprehensive cloud platform, enabling them to create impactful solutions faster. Developers can quickly add intelligence to applications without needing machine learning expertise, using pre-trained AI services to do things such as create more intelligent contact centers, improve demand forecasting, detect fraud, personalize the consumer experience, and more. For machine learning practitioners and data scientists who want to build, train, and deploy models, Amazon SageMaker offers complete access, control, and visibility into each step required. SageMaker provides all the tools needed for machine learning, including the first fully integrated development environment, so models get to production faster with less effort and at a lower cost. With SageMaker, customers achieve up to 10 times improvement in data science team productivity and 54% lower TCO compared to other cloud platforms. AWS is framework agnostic, empowering expert practitioners to use the deep learning framework of their choice, either as a managed experience in SageMaker or pre-configured AWS deep learning AMIs. For those who want to learn machine learning, educational devices such as AWS Deep Racer, Deep Composer, and Deep Lens are designed to teach the fundamentals of machine learning in fun and practical ways. Join the tens of thousands of customers who already choose AWS for machine learning.
Ready to watch? You ready now? You ready? You're so ready. You ready to watch? I'll show you what I do now and make you go like hoo-ha. 'Cause I don't think you're ready now. You ready? You ready? You ready to watch? 'Cause I'ma do it solo. Twist it like a yo-yo. Bouncing like a pogo. You ready? You ready? You ready to watch?
Welcome back, folks. I hope you all had the opportunity to listen to some amazing tracks, network virtually, and visit the exhibition hall. We have had a great day, starting with the 2 grand keynotes and then 4 parallel tracks rich with insights and discussion. We will end the day today with another grand keynote coming up shortly. In the AI ML track, we heard about operationalizing AI for the enterprise, how the field is evolving with the changing, with Web3 and Metaverse, to the important topic of responsible AI. Thanks to the AI ML team for bringing together such rich content. This capital markets this year was a new track, and that was added this year and had an amazing variety of speakers and perspectives. How founders and investors think about funding at different stages was discussed. We heard from an entrepreneur on their journey to a successful IPO. Thanks to the powerhouse team that put this all together. Moving on to cloud and SaaS, in this session, the panel on topic of what the CIO wants was an amazing all-women panel with 5 women CIOs and leaders of ITs in large public companies. It was so gratifying to see and hear from these amazing women leaders. Thanks to the track chairs and volunteers for building this important track on how software is developed, delivered, and consumed today. The Global Connect track served really as a gateway to the world of technology and entrepreneurship across the world, from Israel to India to Japan and the rest of the world. Thanks to the team that brought energy to this track from speakers across the world and educated us. TiE 50 is really TiE Silicon Valley's premier annual awards program, contested by early to mid-stage startups worldwide. We had a really high quality of submissions this year from all over the world, the power of the virtual conference. Today, all of the TiE 50 winners presented in the showcase, and tomorrow, 10 chosen startups will present to the Draper team for a chance to be on the next season of Meet the Drapers. Thank you to the TiE 50 program chairs, the track team, and the judges for their work in reviewing the applications and recognizing the winners. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome Kritika Reddy to introduce our next grand keynote. Kritika is a fellow TiE Silicon Valley board member and has many firsts to her credit. She was the first female investing partner at SoftBank Vision Fund, the first employee for Facebook in India, and managing director for Facebook India and South Asia. And she's now the president of Athena Technology 2 SPAC. Kritika?
It is my honor to introduce our grand keynote speakers of today, Lynn Martin, President, New York Stock Exchange, in conversation with Vikas Parekh, Managing Partner, SoftBank Investment Advisors. I first met Lynn when I was part of the first all-female, all-immigrant team earlier this year, ringing the NYSE opening IPO bell. It was Lynn's first week on the role. She was there to host us. She could have easily delegated to someone else. And the fact that she made it a priority speaks volumes about her investment in diversity. Her ascent from the engineering world to leading the world's largest stock exchange is spectacular. I cannot wait to hear her insights, and I cannot wait to hear from Vikas, who's led some of the most highest returning investments for SoftBank Vision Fund, returned billions of dollars to the fund, focused on how SoftBank's investments have an impact on UN development goals. Without further ado, let's hear it from Lynn and Vikas.
Hi, everyone. And my name is Vikas Parekh. I'm the managing partner of the SoftBank Vision Fund. I'm thrilled to be here. And joining me live from New York, I've always wanted to say that, is the president of the New York Stock Exchange, Lynn Martin. Lynn, very, very warm welcome.
Thanks so much, and thanks so much for having me. It's not even Saturday night, but I think you have a new career. If you're not doing anything this Saturday night, I know some folks at NBC that might want to chat with you.
There you go. Hopefully, the rest of the interview you're more forthcoming and truthful than you were on the pre-panel. But Lynn, it's such a pleasure, and I think one place that I'd love to start off with is your journey. Honestly, kind of where you've come from and where you are currently in your role at the NYSE.
Yeah, and thanks for asking that question, because I've had probably a little bit of a different journey than many people who've sat in this seat in the past have. So, and something that's probably near and dear to your heart, Vikas, given everything you think about every day, is really I came from a tech background. So I started my career as a coder. I like to say I'm a reformed coder. I won't tell you what language I coded in because I'll date myself then. Working for IBM in the financial services sector. So I was a consultant, went to different financial services firms and helped them write code. At the time, it was around the Y2K situation, if you all remember that. And I started looking for my next opportunity. So I decided to go and get a master's degree part-time from Columbia University in mathematics, focused on finance, because I was always really interested in the financial models that powered the different markets that I was working with customers on. It really led me to join a business that was going through what I like to call an analog to digital conversion, or I would say the modern day industrial revolution. What they were doing was they were going through a floor to screen migration. It was an exchange. It was called LIFE, L-I-F-F-E. And we had just lost the long-term European debt contract, which was the Bund contract, and we were desperately trying to hold on to the short-term contract. So what we did was we closed our trading floor, and what they needed was someone who was able to talk the tech side with this emerging group of customers, which was really the tech firms and the tech counterparts at different investment banks. So that's really how I started my journey in financial markets. It led me to have a variety of different opportunities, rising to become CEO of a futures exchange and CEO of a clearinghouse at one point. And then Jeff Sprecher, who's the founder of ICE, asked me about 7 years ago to start up a business for the company called ICE Data Services. Really the thought there was, again, continuing with the analog to digital conversion and the fact that data is part of every business now, and technology really drives so many decisions. How do we continue to evolve our thinking to provide various data services, to add transparency to markets, to add efficiency to markets, to leverage technology to help with decision making? And then, you know, as you point out, I have recently taken on this role, and I think that thread really continues, where the way I like to think of it, every company is a technology company, and most companies have a data strategy that they're looking at, either from a monetization standpoint or even just a customer knowledge standpoint. So I'm incredibly fortunate to be sitting in this seat, and I've had a bunch of amazing conversations with our existing NYSE community, and looking forward to having additional conversations with the amazing tech entrepreneur talent that is out there, which is continuing to transform industries, transform markets, transform the way we go about our daily lives.
That's incredibly fascinating, Lynn. You touched upon capital markets, you touched upon financial models, math, and technology. Literally 4 out of the 5 of my favorite things. So there's a lot to unpack there and gotta think through. The one that's in the 5 is my family, and I'm sure we'll talk about that at some point as well. But you know, just taking a step back for the audience at large, kind of if you think about NYSE, whom do you think about as your key stakeholders, and how do you think about serving all of them concurrently? It must be a complex job, and you're a monolith in the world financial system. So it's a heavy responsibility too. Any kind of light there would be very valuable.
Yeah, I think the right way to think about the NYSE and really any marketplace is an ecosystem. You've got a variety of fuel that powers the ecosystem. So you've got, you know, companies that come to market, to public markets, and there are people that are looking to take a position in those companies that are continuing to come to market. Those companies that come to the public markets are looking to raise capital. They're looking to reward their employees. They're looking to continue to diversify their investor base. So they've got their motivations in terms of going to the public markets. But then when you're in the public markets, you've got a variety of folks to manage there, and that would be the investor community. Even within the investor community, that's its own ecosystem in and of itself. You've got, you know, buy side and sell side, and you've got, particularly following the pandemic, an emerging class of retail investors who are increasingly having an important voice. So the way I like to think of NYSE is we are a service provider to the entirety of the capital markets ecosystem, everything from the issuers who are looking to raise capital to those folks who are looking to manage risk. And it's our job as that systemically important provider of services to that ecosystem to do our best to ensure that there's transparency, liquidity, and efficiency at all points within that ecosystem, whether it's when someone comes to the market, how they can efficiently raise capital, or if it's someone who's looking to transact in the market, how do they efficiently manage risk in a reliable and secure fashion?
It sounds very, very complex. And it's something that, frankly, even sophisticated people don't often think about when they think about the functioning, the guts of the capital market, if you will. One question kind of stemming from that is, invariably, my sense is some of the stakeholders are at odds with each other. How do you think through conflict resolution, new scenarios popping up, and kind of where NYSE should play its part in terms of resolving some of the more complex issues that come up?
I think NYSE has been a market leader in a variety of capacities, a thought leader in how firms come to market, and an innovator. When I think about, the way we've innovated in terms of capital raising, in terms of the direct listing, in terms of, we've been more at the forefront of refining some of the SPAC rules, although we weren't the first ones to invent the SPAC. We really did refine it to make it a very investable asset class. So our job is to really service that portion of the community, the investors, the issuers, and ensure that there are a variety of different forms that they can really take in order to gain access to the public markets.
That's fantastic. And, that leads me to the next question. And this is something near and dear to kind of my heart as a private technology investor, but then also kind of the technology landscape, investing landscape in general, which is, I think, in the technology world for sure, and as you pointed out, every company at some point can credibly say they're a technology company now. The percentage of market cap in the private markets is growing. I think the share is growing as well. And, there are some real views out there that companies don't want to tap the public markets fast. How do you think about some of the challenges those companies are facing? They're trying to address it in different ways. And how do you think about NYSE and its role as the kind of leading innovator in the public market space in terms of addressing some of those concerns?
Yeah, so I think that, first of all, I think the private markets are fantastic. That's where the seed money comes from. That's where the next generation of ideas come from. So I find them to be very synergistic to the role of the public markets. Without the seed money that goes into the private markets, the new startups, the next generation of ideas, you're not going to have the next generations of IBM and GE and GM and those type of really blue chip long-term companies that are going to enter the public markets. Our job at NYSE is to make sure that the private markets and the companies who are staying private are very informed about what the process is to go public. What's the IPO process? What do you need to think about? Because the investors are becoming more and more sophisticated and they're starting to think about different things. ESG is a perfect example of something where if you talk to a tech private company 5 or 6 years ago, probably wasn't on the radar, but right now it's very much on the radar of the investor landscape. So the way I view our job as the home of capital markets, the core of capital markets, particularly in the US, but I would argue globally, is to provide tools for not just those companies that are public, but importantly for those companies that are private and are starting to think about their journey in the public markets. And there's a lot that we do in that regard.
And that's very fair. But one of the feedbacks we hear time and again from some of the companies that have quote unquote graduated into being public market companies is, there was a lot of hand-holding during the process of becoming a public company. But no one actually told us what it was going to be like continuing to be a public company. Some of the regulatory burdens, et cetera, a company faces are quite heavy. Any kind of thoughts there? And I know it's not just the NYSE that dictates that, it's the entire ecosystem, but we'd love to get your thoughts there. And that's something that a lot of the private companies are trying to avoid.
Yeah, and that's something that, I've challenged my team since I've been in the seat to do a better job of really being there as the business partner to a company that's about to quote unquote graduate, as you put it, into the public markets as their business partner, because it's not just about IPO day. IPO day is a great day. It's going to be the best day of a company's life, but then what happens on the next day? And what happens a month later? And what happens 6 months later? What happened a year later? So continuing to hold the company's hand, particularly for that newly public company. You rightly point out, though, that we are in a unique period where the SEC has been very active on the proposed rulemaking side, and particularly when it comes to those companies who are public. They've got a variety of proposed rulemakings around things like share repurchases, which you may use to return capital to your shareholders. It's a very effective way to do that. 10b5-1s, which is an executive comp plan, and then also the climate disclosure rule. Our job there for the companies that are public is to be their advocate, to be their voice in DC. We've got a really unique platform as the New York Stock Exchange, given our 230-year industry. So I've been spending a tremendous amount of time since I took the seat with our community of 2,400 issuers, trying to figure out what the main issues are that are the most important to them. And we've actually done a fair bit of lobbying, advocacy, whatever the case may be, whatever you want to refer to it, in the first 3 months that I've taken the seat, including on some of the issues that I just mentioned. And that's just going to continue, because I think our job is to reflect the collective voice and the collective concerns that may be coming out of both the existing community of issuers, but then also those companies who are making that decision. Maybe I don't want to go public for these 3 reasons. Make sure that the legislatures know that. Make sure that the SEC hears that, because ultimately what the government wants is more public companies because of all of the benefits that provides to the market.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And again, kind of, it's always fascinating to me, the complexities underlying a smooth functioning of the capital markets and the different components of that. It's not just kind of a straight efficiency equation. It's all these different stakeholders and different angles that you have to think through. Kind of fascinating. Switching tracks a little bit, but going back to your kind of superpower, if you will, technology. And there are kind of 2 things I want to talk about, either together or separate. It's up to you. But the kind of overall theme is the role of technology what technology is going to play in driving the NYSE, both in terms of sustainability as well as innovation going forward in the future. And I want to bifurcate technology into data and then blockchain. And you can answer them combined or separately, or however you want.
So in terms of data, I mean, in my mind, data is the bit that really completes the virtuous circle of a well-functioning and a liquid market. Making sure that there's a variety of inputs to help customers most efficiently manage risk. And then in any liquid market, there's a tremendous amount of output, particularly if you look at the amount of messages that we process, buys, offers,
what is it
trades,
for the person that's not privy to that stat?
Yeah, no, it's
probably impressive.
On the most recent days where we've seen a tremendous amount of volatility, we've processed 500 billion messages a day on those days. So if I look at our top 5 messaging days that we've ever had in our history, they've occurred in this last 4 months where there's been a tremendous amount of volatility in markets. And we're doing that with response times in microseconds. So
500 billion messages per day with response times of under in microseconds, measured in microseconds.
30 microseconds on the 30 markets. Yeah, on average. So that speaks to the amount of technology investment, though, that we have put into our platforms. So yeah, we're seeing a tremendous amount of messaging traffic coming out. But
as an electrical computer engineer, I can tell you that is an impressive computing feat. That really is.
It is. Thank you. But something like that is years in the making. It's been about, say, ICE acquired us in 2013, so it's been 9 years, and I think we embarked upon our technology project maybe on day 1 of the deal closing. So it takes years to continue to refine systems, to overhaul systems, to have that type of response time. And the thing that warms my heart is that you're seeing that happen when the market is incredibly volatile. You see 1,000-point swings in the Dow throughout the course of the day, and we're able to process it all seamlessly without any gapping and delays and latency that you may have seen in the past. So that's really the data side, but also importantly, any good market needs a variety of data inputs in order to manage that risk, in order for companies to gain alpha in markets. That could be everything from your standard types of market data, or it could be things like alternative forms of data that may power various types of equity markets. On the blockchain side, I still think even though we run the most efficient markets in the world in the US, and that our US markets are the envy of global markets, I still think that the markets are ripe for innovation and efficiency. You look at blockchain as a technology in order to do that, and things like digitization of settlement, making the settlement process. The fact that we process securities with a T+2, so a 2-day later settlement, is still a bit mind-boggling in this technology age. So that's something that we're continuing to look at around either the issuance or the settlement and different points within the ecosystem where you can employ some of the newer technologies in order to digitize some of those processes.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Just going back to something you said earlier, you said kind of enabling companies to have an alpha or an edge with access to external data and multi-stream of data. Is that your way of saying you're going to enable investors to have access to the leading edge data so that they can trade the markets more efficiently?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, an investor isn't trading a security on its own. They're trading a portfolio of securities. And a lot of times, they're in that portfolio, you've got a little bit of equity, you got a little bit of fixed income, you probably have some ETFs, you probably have some global exposure as well. So how do you package all that data together and deliver it in a consolidated form through a consolidated network? That's something that I spent the last part of my career, the most recent part of my career as president of ICE Data Services, really focusing on how do you deliver that data efficiently to the markets, because it's not just, no one has a single security in their portfolio.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different instruments that give you an overall portfolio exposure.
Understood. So it's almost like the amalgamation of all these separate data streams that affect different parts of your portfolio in one single pane of glass, if you will. And that's fascinating. Kind of looking forward, what are you most excited about with regards to the New York Stock Exchange future? Like, what are the initiatives you're most proud of, excited about, that are going to transform the capital markets as we know them?
I'm really excited about, continuing to welcome innovators to the exchange, continuing on our technology development roadmap as well. I gave you some stats on equities. We're in the process of upgrading our systems to be analogous systems in the options markets. That's going to happen this summer, so that'll add efficiency to those markets. But I'm also, excited about the ability to think differently, particularly given some of the data experience I've had in the past, and look at ways to continue to generate new products in that area, new insights in that area, and importantly, help our issuers tell their own data stories and their own technology stories. Because at the end of the day, every issuer, every public company at the moment has one of those technology investment or data stories. I think we're a great platform for that. So it's an area that I'm very focused on.
That's fantastic. No, that's exciting as well. What have you kind of, just switching back to you on the personal side a little bit. Again, you talked about this. I'm fascinated by your personal story. That you think will be critical in your evolution as a leader, as president of the NYSE?
So I think the question was, what do I think is something that I do personally that's important as a
What have you learned in your past career
what have
that
I
you think is
learned?
going to be instrumental in shaping your leadership style going forward?
So So I think one of the things I've learned is you can never over communicate, and continuing to communicate the strategy to various points within the organization, but also externally. No one can tell your story better than you. So it's important that you actually get the opportunity, and when you have the opportunity, you seize the opportunity to tell the story, be it the strategy for the exchange, the strategy for one part of the business, or hearing ideas, importantly, from all different parts of my organization. Because as an individual, as a leader, you are single-threaded, and you need to have an amazing team under you. And I'm fortunate that I have such an amazing group of team members under me that are out there talking to companies, talking to customers, and coming up with new and innovative ideas. One of the things I told my team at our first town hall was, if we try 10 new things this year and all of them fail, I will still consider it a good year, because we tried 10 new things. That's the only way you're going to push a business forward, is by thinking outside the box and trying to innovate and coming up with new ideas for common problems.
Got it. Well, as we wrap up, I was asked to ask this question, but I don't think this is applicable. The question was, can she make the markets just go up all the time?
I don't have a crystal ball, so therefore I cannot make the markets go up, nor can I make them go down, nor can I at all times explain why markets are moving up or down. So unfortunately, I can't do that. But if anyone knows how to do that and has that crystal ball, that's a great one to have.
Good. I'll note that down as a question that I should not be asked. No, that's fantastic. This has been fantastic. One last kind of personal question. You're swamped. Your mom. How do you keep the energy going?
How do I what?
Keep the energy going. How do you have the energy to do everything?
Yeah, it is a high energy job. Fortunately, I have a lot of energy, so that's good. I'm good about compartmentalizing my energy a bit. Weekends, I spend a lot of time with my kids, doing the things that you would expect a mom to do with kids, like go to baseball games, since we're in the middle of baseball season, or go to soccer games, or go to whatever the case may be, game. I have 2 boys, so they're very focused on sports, as you may be able to tell. But when I'm in the seat in work, I'm very much thinking about work matters, and I'm energized by the fact that I love my job. I love both my jobs. Both my job as a mom, and I love this job. I feel like I have the best job in the world, or best jobs in the world. So that gives me energy regardless.
That's fantastic. And maybe, next time we do a half an hour on your other job, and ask you questions on parenting.
You should ask my kids. They'll probably give me bad marks, but that's okay. I think that might actually be a parent's job, to get bad marks there.
I think it is. But Lynn, this has been super fun. Thank you for being so thoughtful. And just for me personally, I think your story is very inspirational as well. I think the intersection of kind of where you started your career, the data, technology, and the capital markets, and kind of, as you mentioned, the evolution of it, is absolutely fantastic. I'm sure the audience really appreciates it, and I certainly do. So thank you so very much.
Thanks so much for chatting with me. It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
That was a very educational session between Lynn Martin, president of New York Stock Exchange, and Vikas Parekh, managing partner at SoftBank, on what is in store for technology innovators like you, and how NYSE is a great platform for many. So we are at the end of day 1 for the conference, but we still have a lot more excitement in store for you. Hope you enjoyed listening to the content we put up in the 5 parallel sessions in Hall A to E, the networking sessions in the networking lounge, in the one-on-ones, and the expo that we had for you. So then let's take a sneak peek into what's in store for you tomorrow. Once again, we open at 7:45 on the main stage, where you will have the opportunity to meet Dr. Albert Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, in conversation with the publisher at Forbes, that is Rich Kalgar. We will have Cristiano Amon, CEO of Pfizer, in conversation with Martin Giles, the senior editor at Forbes, in our keynote 2. Following that, we'll break up into 5 parallel sessions from 9 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Pacific. And we will be talking healthcare and supply chain, sustainability, security and fraud, and of course, TIE 50 awards on Meet the Drapers. So there's something for everyone here. If you do have time today, you can continue to browse through our platform, continue your group meetings or one-on-one chats, or even visit the expo. If not, have a great rest of the day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Signing off, Dipti Desai, convener, TiEcon 2022.